Martial Peak, Chapter 4925, Money Tree. Thanks to Yang Kai's performance earlier, Nu Yan's attitude towards him became much warmer and friendlier. Moreover, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time with a thoughtful expression. Leading the black ink disciples under his command, Nu Yan left the gambling arena and found a place to rest. He even handed many cultivation resources to Yang Kai so that the latter could recover sooner. Yang Kai could only show a grateful attitude. The truth was that the previous fight against the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator had not exhausted him to a great extent. He had been holding back his strength all this time, so he only looked like he was in a wretched condition on the surface. Nevertheless, in order not to expose his secret, Yang Kai was forced to suppress his recovery ability as much as possible. In this way, it took him 3 whole days before he returned to his peak. During these 3 days, he repeatedly felt Nu Yan watching him with a vaguely meaningful look. These occurrences made him somewhat vigilant. He even wondered whether he had accidentally revealed his secrets and caused Nu Yan to become suspicious of him. Upon careful consideration, though, Yang Kai realized that his worries were unwarranted. He had not made any mistakes, so Nu Yan could not have figured out anything. Even so, he could not understand what Nu Yan was thinking. When Yang Kai opened his eyes on the 3rd day, it was obvious that Nu Yan had been waiting for a long time. Nu Yan's gaze immediately swept in his direction, and he called out, "1." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist. "How may I help you, master?" "With your ability, how many battles can you win if you fought consecutive rounds against humans in the same order without any rest?" Nu Yan asked. Yang Kai did not know why Nu Yan was asking about this. He thought to himself that it was impossible for him to lose against opponents in the same order no matter how many of them he fought, but he answered cautiously, 3 battles at most. Nu Yan raised his eyebrows. 3? Very good. While saying that, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm going to bring you to a gambling arena. Can you guarantee that you will be undefeated in all 3 battles?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "This subordinate has just shown his face in the gambling arena a few days ago. Will anybody be willing to be my opponent if we go again now?" His previous battle against the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator had been witnessed by many Black Ink clansmen. No matter how much he had suppressed his strength, his victory would not change. There might not be anybody who was willing to take up the challenge due to the skills Yang Kai showed in the earlier battle. Nu Yan chuckled. "Rest assured there will definitely be contenders. Even if there aren't, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about this. However, I need you to guarantee me that you will never lose. If you think that you are incapable of continuing, then let me know in advance." He was reluctant to lose a servant like Yang Kai. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. "Let's go." Nu Yan beckoned with his hand and led his black ink disciples towards the gambling arena once more. A short while later, they arrived at a crater where 2 black ink disciples were fighting. The surrounding area was as lively as ever. This was undoubtedly a death match. The 2 black ink disciples were struggling desperately, each unleashing their respective secret techniques and divine abilities. It was an extraordinarily heated battle, and the cheers rang out endlessly from the crowd. After waiting for some time, the fight between the 2 black ink disciples finally came to an end. The winner survived, and the loser died. Sometimes, the fate of black ink disciples lay at the whims of the Black Ink clan. When the victorious black ink disciple left the arena, Nu Yan signaled Yang Kai with a look. Yang Kai immediately understood and flew down into the crater. It had only been 3 days since he last fought a valiant battle here. So many Black Ink clansmen recognized him when he suddenly showed up here. They immediately looked enthusiastic, chatting while watching with great interest. Be that as it may, no Black Ink clansman sent their own Black Ink disciple into the arena. This couldn't be helped as Yang Kai's performance a few days ago had been too extraordinary. If somebody entered the arena without confidence, they would only suffer a tragic end. It was not easy to obtain Black Ink disciples, so the Black Ink clan was not willing to squander them carelessly. Naturally, there were many Black Ink clansmen who showed interest in Yang Kai. It was just that they could only shake their heads regretfully after asking the opinions of the black ink disciples under their command. Despite waiting for a while, nobody stepped forward to accept the challenge. Yang Kai remained standing in the middle of the crater, looking rather bored. A black ink clansman soon yelled from the surrounding area, "Nu Yen, nobody will accept your challenge if you send this person into battle. Change him for someone else." Nu Yen bared his teeth in annoyance. He initially thought that he could get lucky, and a black ink clansman who was not aware of Yang Kai's strength would send their black ink disciple into battle. Who could have known that there were no reckless fools around today? The black ink clansmen who witnessed the battle 3 days ago would not be deceived, and those who had not witnessed the battle in person learned about the situation after making some inquiries. Since he could not rely on luck, he could only lure others in with the temptation of profit. Nu Yen chuckled and spoke in a carrying voice, "It is true that my black ink disciple is quite strong. I've never seen anybody else in the same order who is more powerful than him. But, since he is already standing in the arena, it's a pity to leave without even fighting. Let's do this instead. We'll fight a life bout. Whoever wins the battle can go ahead and take him away. Whoever loses the battle will only need to pay me 100 black ink coins." As soon as the statement came out, an uproar broke out among the black ink clansmen. Nu Yan's words were too brazen. It was almost like he was implying that it was impossible for his black ink disciple to be defeated. A black ink clansman immediately asked eagerly, "Nu Yen, are you serious?" The value of a 6th order open heaven realm black ink disciple was not low. If a 6th order black ink disciple were to be traded, they would definitely be sold for tens of thousands of black ink coins. It had to be said that tens of thousands of black ink coins would be a sizable chunk of wealth to a high-rank black ink clan. Even if they lost, the compensation was not too high. There would not be any deaths either since it was a life bout. In other words, they did not need to worry about their black ink disciples dying and only needed to pay 100 black ink coins. It was only 100 black ink coins. Who could not afford something like that? Even the low-rank black ink clansmen could bring out 100 black ink coins at will. Nu Yen nodded. "Of course, I'm being serious. That is something I announced in public, so how can I go back on my words?" Upon hearing those words, the black ink clansmen immediately became agitated and sent the black ink disciples under their command into the arena. Dozens of black ink disciples instantly took to the air and landed inside the crater. Originally, Yang Kai stood alone in the gambling arena. Now, a dozen or so figures were present. Nu Yen chuckled, "Are you planning to gang up on me? If that's the case, I will have to admit defeat." Many of the black ink clansmen looked around at each other. Nobody was willing to let their black ink disciples retire from this battle. It was a great opportunity after all. Therefore, they all waited for the others to withdraw their black ink disciples from the battlefield. After a period of stalemate, Nu Yen came up with a suggestion, "Let's do this. I'll ask my black ink disciple to randomly pick an opponent. Whomever he chooses will be the opponent in this battle, so there's no need to argue over this matter. What do you think?" This suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everybody, so they nodded in agreement. Only then did Nu Yen lower his head to look at Yang Kai. "Choose one yourself." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and randomly pointed a finger at a handsome young man, "You." The young man nodded lightly, and the other black ink disciples left the battlefield after receiving orders from their respective masters. Soon, only Yang Kai and the young man were left on the battlefield. Nu Yen said, "Once you're ready, you may start at any time." As soon as those words rang out, Yang Kai slammed into his opponent like an arrow released from the string. His large hand reached out as world force surged around his palm. The young man had obviously seen the battle 3 days ago, so he knew Yang Kai's strength. As soon as he saw Yang Kai making a move, how could he dare to let his opponent approach him? He immediately fled to the back and simultaneously cast a secret technique. The secret technique blasted at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead threw out a punch. The battle was quite fierce. The young man was quite strong. Having originated from a cave heaven or paradise, he was not an average master. Both parties exchanged blows furiously, allowing the Black Ink clan to enjoy the battle with relish. For Yang Kai, this kind of battle was nothing special. It was just that he needed to moderately show off his strength without exposing too much, so suppressing his power was actually the most difficult part. The intense battle lasted for an incense stick, and in the end, Yang Kai found an opportunity to punch the young man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew out. During that interval, Yang Kai did not pursue victory and simply stood silently in place. The young man gasped for breath for some time before he cupped his fist and flew away without a word. The corners of Nu Yan's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. After receiving the 100 black ink coins from the master of the black ink disciple earlier, he glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, to which Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Seeing that, Nu Yan suddenly became confident and shouted, "The rules for the next battle will remain the same, but the loser will have to pay me 500 black ink coins." Many black ink clansmen were stunned. Generally speaking, black ink disciples would need to rest after each fight. It was not common for them to fight consecutive battles. Of course, it had happened once 3 days ago, the result of which was Lang Ya's black ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven being snatched by Nu Yan. The strength of black ink disciples in the same order did not vary greatly, so it was very difficult for them to bear the burden of continuous battles. Hence, Nu Yan's practice was undoubtedly reckless. The number of black ink coins might have increased from 100 to 500, but it was still within an acceptable range. 500 black ink coins was not too much. Not to mention his black ink disciple had already fought once, so his strength must have declined by now. The astonishment of the Black Ink clan lasted only for a moment. Following that, a dozen or so black ink disciples flew down and stood in front of Yang Kai once more. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, how could he not know what Nu Yan was planning? Nu Yan was totally regarding him as a money tree. No wonder he previously asked me how many battles I could last. He even repeatedly told me that I must not lose and to tell him in advance if I was too tired to continue fighting. Despite understanding the situation, Yang Kai could only go along with the arrangement. Fortunately, Nu Yan only wanted to earn black ink coins, so the battles were not deathmatches. Otherwise, Yang Kai truly had no idea whether he could kill. The same scene as earlier, along with the same rules. Yang Kai randomly chose his next opponent. The masters of those black ink disciples who were not selected sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. In their opinion, this was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. It was a pity that they failed to grasp the chance twice. Be that as it may, reality turned out to be beyond their expectations. At the end of the second battle, Yang Kai won again. Although it looked like the battle had exhausted him, he pummeled his opponent to the point where they were coughing up blood. It was obvious that his opponent could no longer continue the fight. Nu Yan was smiling so widely that his teeth could be seen. After receiving the 500 black ink coins, he shot another inquiring look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai regretted saying that he could fight 3 battles in a row. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given such an answer. His careless response had made things difficult for him to quit now, so he could only nod lightly in silence. Sitting down cross-legged, he seized the time to recover his strength, as though he was extremely exhausted. Many black ink clansmen turned their eyes to Nu Yan and waited for him to speak, and they were not disappointed as Nu Yan soon shouted, "This is the last match. The rules will remain the same. If you win, you can take him with you. If you lose, you have to cough up 1,000 black ink coins." Compared to a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciple worth tens of thousands of black ink coins, 1,000 black ink coins were undoubtedly worth betting on. Especially since Yang Kai had already gone through 2 consecutive battles. The chances of winning were astronomical at this point. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-26, Black Ink Nest. Before the third match began, the Black Ink clansmen began to quarrel among themselves. They had watched the previous 2 consecutive battles. Most notably, Yang Kai had been injured during the second match, so his strength would surely have been greatly reduced. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, It was impossible for him to win the third match. This match was going to be a huge opportunity, so nobody was willing to back down. Although Nu Yen appeared to be watching cheerfully, he was actually feeling nervous inside. It was true that Yang Kai had given him the signal that he could continue fighting, and it was also true that Yang Kai had demonstrated incredible combat prowess. Even so, he was not confident as to whether Yang Kai could win the third battle. If Yang Kai were to lose, then he would have shot himself in the foot with his actions. At any rate, now that things had reached this point, his only option was to persevere. This was a matter concerning 1,000 black ink coins after all. If this method was feasible, then he would never need to worry about black ink coins again in the future. The black ink clansmen quarreled endlessly among themselves. In the end, they decided to follow the original rules and allowed Yang Kai to pick his own opponent. The opponent would be fighting whomever he chose, and nobody could object to his decision. When the third battle began, everybody paid close attention to the fight, with Nu Yen looking the most nervous out of them all. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The two black ink disciples exchanged countless blows with each other, and the battle was astoundingly intense. Yang Kai once again transformed into his half-dragon form. His performance made it seem as though he had played all his cards, but the fight left him drenched in blood nevertheless. He looked like he was at risk of dying at any moment. Nu Yen felt his heart sinking in his chest. He was starting to think that he was going to lose the battle. On the other hand, the opponent's side was in high spirits because he could almost see the scene where he obtained a new and powerful black ink disciple. However, accidents always occurred when they were least expected. The opponent had clearly been holding the upper hand in the battle, but he experienced a sudden turn of events. In spite of the fact that Yang Kai had been fighting for 3 consecutive battles and looked like a wretched mess as a result, his attacks only became increasingly aggressive the further he was pushed into a corner. When the opponent fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground unconscious, the entire gambling arena fell silent. Yang Kai also fell out of the sky at the same time, but he managed to stay on his feet at the last moment. His complexion was as white as a sheet. "We won!" D4 shouted from beside Nu Yen. Nu Yen also burst into cheerful laughter, his tense mood finally relaxing. The other party handed over a space ring. Nu Yen took the space ring and checked the amount. After confirming that there were indeed 1,000 black ink coins, he smiled and said, "My respects." The black ink clansman's expression was indifferent. The loss of 1,000 black ink coins might hurt slightly, but the damage was not significant. He nodded lightly in response. "Are you interested in another match?" Nu Yen immediately shook his head. While he regarded Yang Kai as a cash cow, he was not a fool. Yang Kai was no longer in a state to continue fighting. If he fought another battle, he would definitely lose. How could Nu Yen agree to such a proposal? The black ink clansman added, 2,000 black ink coins. Nu Yen continued to shake his head. "Even if you offer me 5,000 black ink coins, I won't accept the challenge." Nevertheless, he did not cut off the possibility of future negotiations and reassured the other party with a smile, "Until next time. There will certainly be chances to have a rematch in the future." Having said that, he turned around and instructed D4, "Bring him back." D4 accepted the command and flew towards the crater to bring Yang Kai back. Nu Yen did not stop there. Leading his black ink disciples, he returned to the place where they rested previously and handed some resources to Yang Kai for cultivation and recovery so that his wounds could heal. Yang Kai had earned Nu Yen a total of 1,600 black ink coins from the 3 battles earlier. The amount might not be much, but this was not a one-time gig. What was there to fear about the lack of black ink coins if he repeated this cycle a few more times? Looking at Yang Kai, who was meditating in a cross-legged position nearby, Nu Yen felt as though he could see a method to earn a fortune. A few days later, Nu Yen led Yang Kai and others to the gambling arena again. Armed with the previous experience, he showed significantly more confidence in Yang Kai this time. Yang Kai had shown off his great strength after winning 3 consecutive battles a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples knew that he was not an easy opponent to mess with. Be that as it may, Most people believed that they might get lucky and had thoughts such as, what if I strike gold? In any case, the losses were not too high even if they didn't win the match. That was why, as soon as Xianxia entered the battlefield, several black ink disciples immediately flew into the crater under the command of their masters. Nu Yan's rules did not change. All 3 matches were life bouts, and the bet increased with every round. The first match was 100 black ink coins, the second match was 500 black ink coins, and the third match was 1,000 black ink coins. The number of black ink disciples in the battlefield increased with every round, and Xianxia would randomly choose an opponent each time. The 3 battles eventually ended with 3 consecutive wins. Just like before, Nu Yan earned 1,600 black ink coins. He was overjoyed. For the next month, Nu Yan would lead Xianxia to the gambling arena every few days. It was the same experience every time. Xianxia never disappointed him. This black ink disciple was definitely his greatest treasure that would bring him enormous wealth in the future. Nu Yan secretly rejoiced that he had accidentally picked up this servant while resting inside the black ink cloud back then. In just 1 month, Xianxia became famous throughout the Fierce Wind Estate. Be it the high-rank black ink clansmen or the black ink clan feudal lords, all of them were paying close attention to him now. They had never seen anyone who could defeat so many black ink disciples before. Most of the black ink clansmen here had participated on the real battlefield in the past. To survive and return from the battlefield meant that they had battled and slaughtered human cultivators. It had to be said that the situation would be very terrifying if all the human cultivators were like Xianxia. Even black ink clan feudal lords took the initiative to meet Nu Yan and made their intentions to purchase Xianxia clear. The price they offered was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a black ink disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be worth 10,000 or so black ink coins. Nonetheless, many of the black ink feudal lords offered a price of 20,000 or even 30,000 black ink coins. Although Nu Yan was tempted, he refused all their offers in the end. A one-time sale could never be as beneficial as long-term financial stability. He had far more plans to implement, so how could he sell Xianxia off? However, on a certain day 1 month later, nobody stepped up to accept the challenge when Nu Yan brought Xianxia to the gambling arena. After so many battles, Xianxia had not lost a single one. He would fight 3 consecutive battles each time, and he would look as though he was on the verge of losing every time. Be that as it may, he would always win in the end. The Black Ink clan had also noticed this issue and began to suspect that Nu Yan was digging a pit for them to jump into. Therefore, they all cursed Nu Yan for being insidious and cunning. Since it was a battle they could not win, who would willingly give money away for nothing? There was nothing Nu Yan could do if nobody accepted the challenge. After waiting for some time, he summoned Xianxia back and left the gambling arena with his subordinates. His efforts during this period had indeed allowed him to gain enormous benefits. In the beginning, Nu Yan did not have many assets, but now he had enough for him to carry out something important. Silently following behind Nu Yan, Xianxia vaguely noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the Black Ink nest. He had secretly observed the Black Ink nest on many occasions during the time he lived in Fierce Wind Estate. D4 had mentioned that it was the place where all Black Ink clansmen were born. The Black Ink nest was not only an important foundation of the Black Ink clan, but the advancement of a Black Ink clansman's cultivation must also be done inside a Black Ink nest. Entering a Black Ink nest cost Black Ink coins. Even purchasing world spheres required Black Ink coins. That was why the Black Ink coins were considered so valuable. Xianxia was very concerned about this Black Ink nest. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to approach it previously and could only watch from afar. It could be said that he finally obtained what he wished for. The group soon arrived in front of the Black Ink nest under Nu Yan's guidance. From a distance, the Black Ink nest resembled a huge flower bud. Rich black ink strength tumbled about and dissipated into the surroundings with every breath it took. Standing in front of the Black Ink nest, Xianxia finally realized how large it was. The thick roots were closely connected to the entire Fierce Wind Estate, and its existence was like a plant, but not a plant. The external surface looked like dried meat, which gave off an extremely malevolent aura. Meanwhile, the thick roots themselves were natural pathways leading upward to a portal at the bottom of the flower bud. A black ink feudal lord was standing guard beside the portal. Nguyen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the black ink feudal lord. Then he handed over a space ring filled with a certain amount of black ink coins. The black ink feudal lord checked the contents carefully before he nodded lightly. Nguyen turned around, looked at his black ink disciples for a moment, and reached out to point at C3 and D4. "You too, follow me inside." C3 and D4 responded in unison and followed Nguyen inside. Before leaving, D4 cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Take care." Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although he looked confused, he returned the courtesy. It didn't take long for Nguyen to lead C3 and D4 out of Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 moved to the side and waited quietly. A black ink clansman would lead their black ink disciples over from time to time. What's more, each black ink clansman would take 1 or 2 black ink disciples inside the black ink nest with them, just like Nguyen. Looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a vague guess about what was happening, but he could not be certain. After enduring for some time, he finally blurted out, "Is Master planning to break through?" Nguyen had spent a lot of black ink coins to enter the black ink nest, so it was obvious that he was here for an advancement. It was obvious that Yang Kai was highly valued by Nguyen, so the other black ink disciples had been quite friendly with him recently. Upon hearing the question, B2 nodded in response. "That's right. This is the second time." Yang Kai was stunned. Can a black ink clansman fail in his advancement? B2 replied, "Of course there's a possibility of failure. If success was guaranteed for every attempt, then Master would already be a black ink feudal lord by now. It's just that the consequences they face if they fail in their breakthrough are not particularly serious. They are very different from us. For us, the higher our order, the more severe the consequences we suffer if we fail a breakthrough attempt. We might even end up dead. In contrast, they will only weaken for some time at most. It's only a matter of time before they make a full recovery." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. Nguyen was a high-rank black ink clansman who was equal to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. If he succeeded in his advancement, then he would become a black ink feudal lord. Yang Kai was not afraid of a mere black ink feudal lord, but the stronger Nguyen became, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Naturally, he hoped that Nguyen failed in the advancement. Why did Master take C3 and D4 inside with him? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the advancement was an extremely important process to both human cultivators and the Black Ink clan. They would need to concentrate fully, so why would Nguyen take 2 Black Ink disciples inside with him? Was it for standing guard? But there should not be dangers inside the Black Ink nest. Tu fell silent for a moment before he explained, "Just as how we need to accumulate our strength to advance, the same goes for Master. He brought them along in case of emergency." Yang Kai's facial muscles tightened instantly. B2's explanation might not have been explicit, but how could Yang Kai fail to understand the meaning behind those words? It was obvious that C3 and D4 were being regarded as emergency resources. In a pinch, Nguyen could devour their world force to aid in his advancement. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-27, Sweeping Victory. It was not just Nguyen. From what Yang Kai observed just now, most of the Black Ink clansmen who entered the Black Ink nest would bring 1 or 2 Black Ink disciples with them. Through the ages, who knew how many Black Ink disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had perished inside this massive, evil Black Ink nest? Yang Kai clenched his fist tightly. The urge to charge straight in and destroy the Black Ink nest flooded him, but he firmly suppressed the impulse. This was not the only Black Ink nest in the Black Ink clan. Even if he were to destroy the Black Ink nest in front of him, it would not change the fate of many Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, it would only expose his identity. The existence of the Black Ink clan was the root cause of the problem. Only by completely eradicating the Black Ink clan from the world would the crisis faced by the 3,000 worlds since time immemorial be resolved. Yang Kai and the others waited silently, and Nu Yan's figure finally emerged from the entrance of the Black Ink nest a few days later. However, Yang Kai immediately noticed that Nu Yan seemed rather weak at the moment. Not only was Nu Yan's aura fluctuating unevenly, but his expression was also dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yang Kai's heart stirred at the sight. Combined with what B2 said earlier, how could he not realize that Nu Yan had failed his breakthrough? Every time a Black Ink clansman failed during their advancement, they would be weakened for some time. In addition, it was already the second time Nu Yan failed. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Yang Kai glanced behind Nu Yan. There was a person following behind the tall figure. It was D4. Meanwhile, C3, who went inside with them, was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that C3 had probably met a tragic end. Nu Yan might have failed to break through, but he must have devoured the world force of C3's small universe during the process. How could C3 survive when his world force had been devoured and his small universe had collapsed? Although Yang Kai had neither interacted much with C3 nor built up a friendship between them during this period, the death of C3 still weighed heavily on his heart. Nu Yan walked out of the Black Ink nest without saying a word. Yang Kai and D4 glanced at each other and nodded lightly in greeting. Then, Yang Kai quickly followed after Nu Yan with B2 and E5 in tow. Returning to the place where they rested again, Nu Yan sat down cross-legged. His chest and abdomen swelled as he inhaled the Black Ink strength that could be found everywhere in the Fierce Wind Estate. As he absorbed the Black Ink strength, his weakened aura gradually recovered. D4 seemed to be feeling a lingering sense of fear after narrowly escaping death. Even though he had known what kind of fate awaited him when he followed Nu Yan into the Black Ink nest, it was impossible for a Black Ink disciple like him to refuse his master's command. Nevertheless, anybody would instinctively feel fear when faced with the threat of death. Even a talkative person like D4 fell into a heavy, brooding silence for quite some time. It was fortunate that Nu Yan had failed in his breakthrough though. If Nu Yan had succeeded, then he too would have shared C3's fate. An entire month later, Nu Yan finally made a full recovery. He slowly stood up and glanced in the direction of the gambling arena. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually shook his head slowly and beckoned to the others, "Let's go." The Black Ink coins that Yang Kai earned for him in the gambling arena had mostly been spent on the Black Ink nest. If he wanted to enter the Black Ink nest again for cultivation, then he would need to earn more Black Ink coins. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's fame had spread throughout the Fierce Wind Estate. Nobody was willing to fight him again, so this method of making money had lost its effect. If he wanted to earn more Black Ink coins, then he could only switch to another place and begin anew. That was one of the reasons why Nu Yang had rejected the offers from the Black Ink clan feudal lords when they wanted to purchase Yang Kai at high prices. His subordinate known as one was practically a money tree after all. How could he sell off his source of income for a mere 20 or 30,000 Black Ink coins? The 4 Black Ink disciples left the Fierce Wind Estate under Nu Yan's leadership and rushed towards a certain direction in the void. More than 10 days later, they arrived at another territory. Yang Kai stealthily checked the universe chart that Meng Qi had given to him and discovered that this territory was known as the False Decree Estate. The False Decree Estate did not look very different from the Fierce Wind Estate. It might be slightly bigger in size, but the difference was not very significant. Standing in the void, Yang Kai saw the towering Black Ink nest in the False Decree Estate from a distance. The Black Ink nest was releasing Black Ink strength that covered the entire Spirit Province. Upon arriving at the False Decree Estate, Nu Yan headed directly for the gambling arena without pause. There was a gambling arena in almost every territory because the Black Ink clan seemed to like sending their Black Ink disciples into battle. When the battle in the gambling arena ended, Nu Yan shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately flew downward. Then, Nu Yan repeated his previous trick and recited the gambling rules that he used back at the Fierce Wind Estate. It was just that he had increased the compensation for the first match from 100 to 500 black ink coins. His statement caused a huge uproar in the gambling arena. If they won, they could walk away with a 6th order black ink disciple. If they lost, they would only need to pay 500 black ink coins. Who could miss out on such a fantastic deal? Nearly 100 6th order open heaven realm black ink disciples immediately flew into the battlefield under their master's command and surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out. If somebody did not know better, they would have thought that these black ink disciples were about to gang up on Yang Kai. Nu Yen had long expected this situation, as something similar had happened back at the Fierce Wind Estate. Therefore, he applied the same rule and allowed Yang Kai to choose his own opponent. The Black Ink clan naturally had no objections to this. Yang Kai did not hesitate and randomly chose an opponent. When the others left the battlefield, the match immediately began. Needless to say, the results went as expected. Nu Yen cheerfully received the 500 black ink coins, then he recklessly announced that he wanted to continue with the second match. The bet for the second match was 1,000 black ink coins. The Black Ink clansmen who failed to seize the opportunity earlier were both surprised and delighted, so they dispatched their Black Ink disciples into the battlefield again. It was soon time for the third match. Moreover, the wager for the third match had been increased to 2,000 black ink coins. After 3 consecutive battles, a blood-drenched Yang Kai finally withdrew from battle. Nu Yen happily earned 3,500 black ink coins, which was more than double the income he received at the Fierce Wind Estate. One battle here was equivalent to 2 battles back at the Fierce Wind Estate. The efficiency had increased significantly. Thanks to the bloody battle on the first day, Yang Kai caught the attention of many Black Ink clansmen. Many people became interested in him. In fact, a Black Ink feudal lord immediately approached Nu Yen and expressed his intention to buy Yang Kai. Nu Yen had already rejected such offers countless times in the Fierce Wind Estate, so naturally he would not agree here either. The Black Ink feudal lords might hold higher positions than him, but the Black Ink clan had their own rules. No matter how much one liked another person's Black Ink disciple, they could not forcefully snatch them away. Otherwise, Nu Yen would not have been able to hold on to Yang Kai. He allowed Yang Kai to rest and recover for a few days before he brought him back to the arena. A month later, all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples in the False Decree Estate had been soundly defeated and nobody accepted the challenge again. Nu Yen turned out to be surprisingly decisive. Once the challengers dried up, he immediately led Yang Kai and the others out of the False Decree Estate and traveled to the next place. At times, Yang Kai had no choice but to admire Nu Yen's business acumen. Nu Yen was obviously taking advantage of the lack of information circulation at the moment. Every time they arrived at a new place, the Black Ink clan would be unaware of Yang Kai's strength, and as a result, all of them were tempted into taking their chances against him. Who could have known that they would fall into Nu Yen's trap and contribute black ink coins to him for nothing? In any case, this continuous stream of battles was not without benefit to Yang Kai. Unlike others in the 6th Order, his small universe had fully materialized. Combined with the fact that his small universe had been integrated with the sealed world bead, his heritage had always been far greater than others in the same order from the start. Therefore, he always obtained crushing victories when fighting other cultivators in the same order. Be that as it may, he had to suppress his strength in every battle inside the gambling arenas. He did not dare to expose too much, lest he revealed his secrets to the others. Under the premise that he fought while suppressing his strength, repeatedly fighting battles that culminated with heavy injuries on both parties had the effect of polishing his combat techniques. If that were not the case, Yang Kai would have considered losing some battles a long time ago. Being treated as a cash cow by Nu Yen was not a pleasant experience. However, things might not be different if he changed to a different master. They did not stay in any of the territories for more than 2 months. It was meaningless to stay any longer, as once people learned about Yang Kai's strength and stopped accepting the challenge, there would be no more black ink coins to earn. It could be said that Nu Yen swept from one territory to the next with Yang Kai and the others in tow. Furthermore, he earned a huge fortune everywhere he went. For every 3 battles, he would earn 3,500 black ink coins. Even if he could only fight 7 to 8 times in each territory, that was an income of 20 to 30,000 black ink coins. It was an astronomical amount for a high-rank black ink clansman. Yang Kai had been worried that Nu Yen would attempt to break through again. If that happened, D4 would be in danger, but on second thought, Yang Kai realized that the reason Nu Yen brought C3 and D4 into the black ink nest with him last time was to prepare for any emergencies. Now that Nu Yen possessed such a large amount of black ink coins, he could buy some world spheres to use instead of sacrificing a black ink disciple under his command. In a chat with D4, Yang Kai learned that once a black ink clansman failed their advancement, they generally did not choose to try again for the next few decades. That was because the probability of success was much lower. Only once the backlash from their previous failure had been completely removed would they make another attempt. This discovery was a huge relief to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, passing the days in this manner was not in line with his goal. Meng Qi had sacrificed himself so that the existence of the Void Corridor would remain a secret and Yang Kai could escape alive. Originally, Yang Kai was supposed to rush to one of the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, then confront the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. He was not supposed to impersonate a Black Ink disciple and become the cash cow of a Black Ink clansman. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Nu Yen was a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it was impossible for him to avoid the battlefield forever. But as long as he entered the battlefield, then Yang Kai would be able to find an opportunity to break free from him. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai was in a closely matched battle with a 6th-order Black Ink disciple. This was already the 3rd fight of the day. Having won 2 other matches earlier, he had already earned 1,500 Black Ink coins for Nu Yen. The outcome of the 3rd battle involved 2,000 Black Ink coins and even his ownership, so many Black Ink clansmen were naturally paying close attention. Outside the battlefield, Nu Yen watched the battle calmly. Although Yang Kai was covered in blood, Nu Yen was not worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he was cheerfully chatting with his clansmen beside him. That was because Yang Kai always had such a miserable appearance during the 3rd match of each round of battles. Even though he looked like he was in a dangerous situation where he could be defeated at any time, he always won in the end. In the beginning, Nu Yen had been extremely on edge whenever this happened. However, he had gotten used to the sight after 2 years. No matter how terribly Yang Kai seemed to perform, he had great confidence in the latter's victory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4928, A 9th Order Attacks. In the end, Yang Kai lived up to Nu Yen's expectations and won the 3rd battle with some difficulty. Before Nu Yen could receive the bet of the 3rd match, though, a sudden change occurred. An extremely violent force surged throughout the territory, and an oppressive force simultaneously descended upon everybody. For an instant, everyone felt as though an entire universe world was pressing down on their heads. Even their bodies involuntarily stooped slightly from the pressure. Countless Black Ink clansmen turned pale. Meanwhile, world force surged and fluctuated turbulently around them. Inside the gambling arena, the blood-drenched Yang Kai abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. What entered his vision made his expression tense. In the sky, world force that gathered like clouds was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai was shocked by the sight. Although he had met many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past, he had never seen such rich and pure world force before. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had been present when countless 8th Order ancestors joined hands to besiege the Black Ink Royal Lord, and the attacks of those 8th Order masters had been absolutely extraordinary. Even so, all those attacks seemed insignificant compared to what he was seeing right now. He did not know what was happening, but the world force visible to the naked eye was clearly the power unleashed by some sort of secret technique activated by a master. Enemy attack. A furious howl reverberated through the world. It came from the direction of the Black Ink Feudal Lord's palace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The situation in front of him turned out to be an enemy invasion, and the Black Ink clan's enemy was undoubtedly the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had launched an attack on this place. He was surprised that the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were so bold. It had to be said that he had checked the universe chart when he first arrived here. Although this place was close to the front lines, it could still be considered part of the Black Ink clan's inner region. How could they do as they pleased after venturing so deep into enemy territory? On the other hand, Xianxia was happy because the Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken the initiative to attack before he had the chance to follow Nu Yan to the battlefield. Taking advantage of this chance, he might be able to break free of Nu Yan's control and follow the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises back to the Great Pass. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the territory at a rapid rate, and it only took a moment for an enormous and hazy green palm to form. Despite its slow and clumsy appearance, the palm that literally covered the entire sky actually descended at an incredibly fast pace. Before the countless Black Ink clansmen in the territory had the chance to react, the palm grabbed hold of the huge Black Ink nest. Then, the green palm clenched tightly and hauled up the entire Black Ink nest as though pulling up a mountain. Dense Black Ink strength scattered and gushed out of the Black Ink nest. Under the impact of the World Force palm, the Black Ink nest turned into dust. Inside the gambling arena, Xianxia stared in amazement and secretly rejoiced. Everything that entered his vision was beyond his imagination. He had witnessed the power behind an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Ancestors attacks before, but that was definitely not as ferocious as this offensive. In other words, this attack had to be unleashed by a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into enemy territory. It turned out that a 9th Order Old Ancestor, an existence on par with a Black Ink Royal Lord, was personally leading the charge. The female Black Ink Royal Lord had caused heavy losses to the Cave Heavens and Paradises despite being greatly weakened after being trapped inside the Black Ink territory for so many years. It was difficult to imagine how powerful she would have been in her prime. Needless to say, a 9th Order Old Ancestor who could rival a Black Ink Royal Lord in strength would not be weak either. Unfortunately, Xianxia's delight only lasted for a moment as his expression soon turned bitter. That was because the hazy green palm immediately slammed downward after destroying the Black Ink nest. The incomparably enormous palm was almost the size of half the Spirit Province. Moreover, the entire palm was formed from a pure and dense world force. If such immense force even grazed him, Xianxia was not certain that he could survive. It would be too unjust to die because of this palm strike. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan did not sit around waiting for death. After the warning came out from the feudal lord's palace, Black Ink's strength immediately surged and gathered to form an incomparably huge figure that towered into the sky. The figure then raised a hand into the sky to defend against the attack. It was not a real entity, but rather a presence formed completely from the surrounding Black Ink strength. Moreover, it was clearly being guided by the Black Ink feudal lord of this territory. Watching the destruction of the Black Ink nest had enraged countless among the Black Ink clan, so there was no need for any command or dispatch. Regardless of their rank, every member of the Black Ink clan quickly took action, blasting violent attacks at the hazy green palm in the sky. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples also unleashed various secret techniques and artifact attacks. Colorful lights filled the entire sky in an instant. Nevertheless, the enormous palm continued to press downward. The countless attacks slammed into the palm, causing layers of ripples to appear on its surface, but although these attacks constantly weakened its power, they were unable to stop the palm's downward progress. The huge figure at the feudal lord's palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Despite fighting back with all his might, he was only a Black Ink feudal lord whose strength was equivalent to a 7th Order master's. How could he contend against the power of a 9th Order Old Ancestor? Before the palm strike descended completely, the enormous figure had already bent slightly under the pressure. The feudal lord struggled desperately and roared in defiance, but his avatar composed of Black Ink strength soon exploded into nothingness. Even his true body was heavily injured as a result. It felt like only a moment had passed. At the same time, it also felt like 1,000 years had gone by. The huge palm slammed down. Be it the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples, many of them died a violent death everywhere the palm print covered. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless small universes collapsed and the world force within these small universes dissipated. Following a violent earthquake, the entire spirit province broke into pieces. The destructive aftermath spread out into the surroundings after the attack, causing space itself to shake and become unstable. The low-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't even have the opportunity to resist and were wiped out by the fallout of this attack. Only the high-rank Black Ink clansmen with strength equivalent to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to withstand the shockwave. As such, the brutality of the palm strike was clear to see. Everything happened in a flash. Only a few thoughts went through Xianxia's mind before the aftermath of the attack came crashing down on him. Nevertheless, he could be considered lucky. In fact, it could be said that all the people in the gambling arena were lucky because they were not located within the range covered by the hazy green palm. All of them would have died in the impact otherwise. Even Xianxia himself would have needed to transform into his Grand Dragon form to survive such a powerful attack. What's more, doing so would only allow him the possibility of survival. Despite not receiving direct damage, the fallout of the palm strike had turned the entire gambling arena upside down. Numerous Black Ink disciples coughed up fresh blood and even the aura of the Black Ink clansmen churned fiercely. They were obviously having a tough time. The spirit province under Xianxia's feet shattered, and like a drowning man caught in the tumultuous currents of the sea, he was swept away by the shockwaves and could not control his direction at all. Startled exclamations and horrified screams entered his ears. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw an extremely pale D4 bleeding from all 7 orifices and struggling to hold on. Furthermore, there was a gleaming white light surrounding D4's body. It would seem that he had activated some sort of defensive artifact. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple next to D4 had reacted slightly slower and failed to summon his own defensive artifact as a result. Due to the churning of his aura, he was unable to withstand the bombardment of the shockwave and exploded after a short struggle. The light covering D4's body was also fading away at a horrifying speed, hence, his expression became despairing. With the strength of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to survive the impact without the defensive artifact. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him to help block most of the impact. He looked up gratefully. A1. He never imagined that A1 would come and protect him at a critical juncture of life and death. It had to be said that he was standing next to Nu Yen, B2, and E5 earlier. All of them had used various means to save themselves, but nobody even bothered to care about whether he lived or died. Let's go! Xianxia grabbed D4 by the shoulder. At this moment, he could not afford to care about what secrets he was exposing. Manipulating space principles, Xianxia quickly moved away. The shockwave continued to follow closely behind him as he flew out. After a few instantaneous movements, Xianxia finally stabilized his figure and turned to look behind him. A huge light shone brightly approximately 100,000 kilometers away. The place where the spirit province used to exist was now completely devoid of anything. The might of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was absolutely terrifying. The truth was that Xianxia had not even seen the true appearance of the Old Ancestor up until now. In other words, the 9th Order Master had destroyed the entire spirit province simply by unleashing a secret technique from somewhere far away. Countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples also perished in the process. D4 was a little stunned. After being brought here by Xianxia's space secret technique, he could be considered safe now. It was just that he could not understand how A1 could run so fast. In fact, he had almost thought that he was doomed to die during those fleeting moments earlier. Nevertheless, now was clearly not the time to pursue this matter. D4 gasped for breath slightly before he anxiously said, "We need to hurry and find Master." It's not safe for us out here right now. It was not safe for any black ink disciple without the company of a black ink clansman. Take the first time Yang Kai encountered Nu Yen, for example. A black ink disciple without a master would easily attract the greed of a black ink clansman. Nu Yen could be considered relatively kind, having only used his black ink strength to convert Yang Kai into his own servant. If Yang Kai had encountered a black ink clansman with stronger murderous intent, then they might have tried to devour his world force to enhance their own strength instead. More importantly, the black ink disciples themselves were absolutely loyal to the black ink clan. It was clear to see that D4 was worrying about Nu Yan's safety. Yang Kai turned to look at D4 and thought to himself, why should I search for master? I've never regarded Nu Yen as my master. What's more, I finally obtained this opportunity after waiting for 2 whole years. Why would I stupidly go back to Nu Yen? Too lazy to explain, he simply said, Brother D4, I'll deliver you a huge present. D4 was stunned. What? Yang Kai raised both hands as soon as finished speaking, each hand lighting up with a different colored light. Then he pressed both palms together. When the yellow and blue lights combined, they turned into a pure white light that immediately enveloped D4 on the spot. D4 never imagined that Yang Kai would attack him at this moment, mainly because it was Yang Kai who had saved him just now. If Yang Kai had malicious intentions towards him, there was no reason to rescue him in the first place. Who would be wary of their savior? Enveloped by the white light, D4's expression suddenly twisted in pain and a pitch-black aura seeped out of his body. Swiftly, though, his pained expression gradually became calm. It didn't take long before the white light faded away and his true nature was restored to him. He opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief and uncertainty. Enter my small universe before we talk about the rest. Yang Kai shouted. He had wanted to bring D4 into his small universe a long time ago, but could not find the opportunity. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone with D4, he could not let the opportunity slip by. D4 opened his mouth and said, Brother A. He was still in a dazed state. The main reason was that so many things had changed so suddenly that he could not adapt to them all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-29, Hit and Run. In particular, D4 was puzzled by how Yang Kai wanted him to enter his small universe. He knew that Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and the small universe of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master was no more than an immaterial existence that could not accommodate living beings. So, how could he enter Yang Kai's small universe? In the midst of his confusion, Yang Kai actually reached out to grab him, opened the portal to his small universe, and unceremoniously stuffed him inside. D4 felt his vision blurring for a moment, then he found himself in another world all of a sudden. Looking around his surroundings, he was filled with utter confusion. A moment later, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of him and resolved his confusion. In the void, the aftermath of the 9th Order Old Ancestor gradually subsided. A large part of the spirit province was shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples. Before those who were lucky enough to survive could recover from their shock, though, numerous figures appeared in small groups. They silently emerged out of nowhere and charged straight at the survivors. These were the Open Heaven realm masters of the human race, as well as a large number of warships. The brutal attacks that blasted out from the warships sent the surviving Black Ink clan into a panic. This was definitely an attack that had been carefully planned for a long time, so the Black Ink clan was completely caught off guard as a result. Moreover, due to the immense gap in strength, they suffered huge losses in this encounter. With each passing moment, either a Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple would lose their life. Whenever a Black Ink clansman died, dense black ink strength would erupt from their bodies to form black ink clouds that scattered across the void. Similarly, numerous Black Ink disciples perished. The movements caused by the destruction of their small universes reverberated through the void. Even though all the Black Ink disciples were once masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, nobody could afford to show any mercy under these circumstances. As soon as they encountered each other, it became a situation where one party had to die. Yang Kai watched from a distance for a moment before he rushed forward with a flicker of his body. For him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could prove that he was not corrupted by the Black Ink, then he could join the masters from the human race and leave the Black Ink clan's domain. It was not easy to come across such an opportunity. Yang Kai had been serving beside Nu Yen for more than 2 years now, and during this period he passed through countless Black Ink clan territories and gained some information from the leisurely chats he had among the Black Ink disciples. Although the human race would occasionally take the initiative to invade the Black Ink clan's domain, these incursions occurred very rarely. One invasion in 100 years would be considered frequent. The main reason was that they could not occupy this territory for long even if their invasion turned out to be successful. Therefore, the great pass guarded by the major cave heavens and paradises was the line of defense that they had always steadfastly maintained. Their biggest aim, whenever they launched a raid, was to weaken the strength of the Black Ink clan. Once they killed a certain number of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. That was why such raids generally did not last for long. More importantly, Yang Kai might not encounter another opportunity this good again if he let this chance slip through his fingers. How could he afford to hesitate under such circumstances? Nevertheless, it was going to be difficult to prove his identity. There was not much time for him to prove his innocence on the battlefield, but it should not be an issue if he could kill a Black Ink clansman in front of a human race cultivator. A true Black Ink disciple was completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, so it was impossible for them to turn against their masters. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly came to a decision. His body swept forward more and more quickly. Under the urging of the space principles, it only took him a brief moment to return to the battlefield with a few flickering movements. Everywhere he looked, Yang Kai could see numerous warship artifacts navigating across the battlefield. Powerful secret techniques constantly blasted out from these warships without pause, giving the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples endless grievances. There were also many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even 8th Order Masters who either fought in small groups or hunted down enemies on their own. A sharp divine sense locked onto Yang Kai the moment he returned to the battlefield. Immediately after that, he felt his skin tightening as a great sense of crisis washed over him. He turned to look in that direction and saw a woman in white fluttering robes watching him intently with her beautiful eyes, an extraordinary aura pulsing from her figure. Holding a sharp longsword in her hands, she slashed at him without hesitation. Her movements showed no mercy, and the strength she displayed unmistakably belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The attack contained an overwhelming power, and the sword wave flickered irregularly like the tongue of a spirit snake. Yang Kai could feel an overbearing sense of pressure behind the attack before she even approached him. Shocked, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Senior, stop." A trace of grief and pity flashed through the woman's eyes when she heard those words. Even so, she did not pause her actions. With a flick of her long sword, she transformed it into a sword curtain that shrouded over his head. Yang Kai was desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. He knew that the other party thought of him as a Black Ink disciple, which was why she was showing no mercy with her attack. Unfortunately, there was no point in trying to explain himself at this moment. No matter what he said, she would not believe him unless he killed a Black Ink clansman in front of her. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise this woman came from, but her strength in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing the sword curtain that was looming over on him, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate. He quickly raised his arm and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before exerting his supreme limitless spear art to its maximum. At this time, his priority was to ensure his survival. It would truly be a huge joke if he was accidentally killed during the confusion and chaos. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's eyes bulged with surprise. He was sent flying backward by a violent burst of power, and the vitality in his chest churned restlessly. Dense sword wounds also appeared all over his body, causing his physique to tremble and writhe. "This woman is strong." Yang Kai was secretly amazed. Although he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before and had fought many others in the past. He was familiar with the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he had never come across anyone who could hold a candle to this woman among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he encountered previously. While Yang Kai was surprised, the woman was even more taken aback. It had to be said that she had been immersed in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm for 3,000 years. Having lived most of her life on the Black Ink battlefield, it could be argued that her strength had reached the very peak of the 7th Order, leaving her just one step away from the 8th Order. On top of that, her combat experience was beyond the comparison of those who lived a comfortable life in the 3,000 worlds. Even though she did not use her full strength earlier, her attack was not something an ordinary 6th Order Black Ink disciple could resist. Since the beginning of the raid until now, more than 26th Order Black Ink disciples and Black Ink clansmen of similar strength had perished at her hands. She was confident that her previous attack contained enough power to take this Black Ink disciple's life. Be that as it may, reality proved to be beyond her expectations. Yang Kai might have been injured, but he survived. This Black Ink disciple seems a little different. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes blazed more vigorously than before. The more a Black Ink disciple stood out from the others, the more she had to ruthlessly kill him here and now. If she failed to kill him here, then her juniors on the battlefield might end up dying to him in the future. However, a loud whistle resounded through the void before she could pursue him once more. Raising her sword before her, she glanced in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying and hesitated for a moment before she turned and left. The loud whistle seemed to be some sort of signal, as after it sounded, all the human race masters slaughtering their way across the battlefield immediately retreated from battle, quickly regrouped, and left like a great gust of wind. They're leaving just like that? It took great effort for Yang Kai to stabilize his figure. Nevertheless, how could he willingly give up when he saw the situation before him? He quickly chased after them, only to quickly notice something strange behind him, like something was swiftly approaching his position. When Yang Kai turned to look behind him, the pupils of his eyes contracted at what he saw. A mass of black ink was rapidly permeating the void, flowing like the swift currents of the tide. Consequently, everything was dyed pitch black wherever this mass of black ink went. Moreover, the countless powerful auras hidden inside the mass of black ink made the scalp of Yang Kai's head tingle with fear. There was one aura in particular, which made him shudder both mentally and physically despite the distance between them. This aura reminded him of the feeling he experienced when he first came into contact with the will of a black ink royal lord. The will was absolutely overwhelming and made him feel as insignificant as an ant. A black ink royal lord is coming. Now that the 9th Order Old Ancestor of the human race had made a move, the royal lord of this region could not sit by the sidelines. Only a royal lord could fight back against the 9th Order Old Ancestor of the human race. No wonder the human race was in such a hurry to retreat. It turned out that they were anticipating the situation and took the necessary precautions. A 9th Order Old Ancestor might not be inferior to a royal lord in strength, but they would only be evenly matched in a battle. This place was still within the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, so while it was okay to launch a swift raid and then flee after obtaining a certain degree of victory, it would not be wise to engage the Black Ink clan in a prolonged battle here. The darkness approached quickly. Almost as soon as Yang Kai noticed the invasion of the Black Ink cloud, the darkness was already upon him. He did not dare to make any rash movements and simply stood quietly in place. It didn't take long before black ink's strength washed over him like the advancing tide. Gigantic figures of various shapes and sizes rushed past, each one of them exuding a powerful aura. They were the Black Ink Territory Lords and Black Ink Feudal Lords. These masters had no interest in Yang Kai and regarded him as insignificant. Although the divine senses of several Black Ink clansmen probed towards him, they did not take any action against him. Yang Kai was secretly grateful for their indifference. A short while later, The black ink tide swirled past him in tight pursuit of the human race retreating in the front and promptly departed into the distance. Yang Kai shuddered in fear, but just as he was about to chase after them, a voice entered his ears. "Hey, one." Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the sound and felt his brow twitching slightly at the sight. The person calling him turned out to be Nu Yen. "I can't believe this guy is still alive." During the chaos just now, Yang Kai had only focused on protecting D4 and withdrawing from the battlefield. He had not bothered to pay attention to the survival of the others, much less thought about returning to Nu Yan's side. On the other hand, Nu Yen had managed to locate Yang Kai after some effort. Moreover, B2 and E5 were also by his side. It was just that all three of them seemed to be suffering from varying degrees of injuries and their auras were clearly weakened. 5 seemed to be in relatively good condition, but there were obvious traces of blood at the corners of B2's mouth. Upon further consideration, this was not strange. They had been at the gambling arena when the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked. The impact that struck the gambling arena was relatively small, so it was not strange for those with Sixth Order strength to survive. A hint of hesitation flashed through Yang Kai's eyes, but in the end, he cupped his fist in greeting, "Master." On the other hand, Nu Yen seemed very happy. "It's good that you didn't die." Yang Kai was his cash cow after all. It didn't matter if any of the other Black Ink disciples under his command died, but Yang Kai was the sole exception. That was why Nu Yen began searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts as soon as the human race masters retreated. It was fortunate that he found him rather quickly. "Let's go. Follow me." Nu Yen beckoned and took the lead to charge forward. For the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for them to stand around doing nothing now that even a royal lord had taken action. It didn't matter how much or how little they contributed to the battle, they had to follow their leader to war. Nu Yen didn't even bother to pay any attention as to whether D4 had survived. In his opinion, the most important thing was that 8-1 had survived. As for D4, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it would not matter much even if he died. Conversely, it was B2 who quietly asked Yang Kai, "Where did D4 go?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he responded solemnly, "He died." B2 looked a little sad, but didn't say anything more. The three of them followed closely behind Nu Yen, doing their best to recover their strength as quickly as possible while pursuing the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 4930, Shocking Sword Slash. Along the way, many Black Ink clansmen continuously gathered nearby with their respective Black Ink disciples in tow. These were the survivors of the sudden raid launched by the human race earlier. Several hundred of them soon gathered together like small streams converging to form a great river. Led by one of the Black Ink clan feudal lords, they charged forward aggressively in a mighty procession. Moreover, the number of troops steadily increased along the way. Yang Kai secretly grumbled to himself. He originally thought that he would have the chance to meet up with the human race masters, but the circumstances had changed to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly and could only take one step at a time. All of a sudden, blinding lights bloomed in the distant void and terrifying energy fluctuations that caused a person to tremble in horror simultaneously spread out from that direction. Yang Kai looked up only to see the dazzling light contending with an intense pitch-black darkness that could not be scattered. His expression couldn't help becoming cold and somber at the sight. He speculated that the Black Ink Royal Lord was currently fighting the Ninth Order Old Ancestor of the human race. Nothing else could have created such a great commotion. The leading Black Ink feudal lord obviously noticed the situation too. Shouting for the procession behind him to speed up, he rushed forward to provide reinforcements. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 followed closely behind Nu Yen, taking up protective positions around the ladder, remaining in close proximity at all times. Their pursuit had persisted for several days at this point. Not only did they come across the occasional corpses of the slain Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but they also observed the wreckage of the destroyed territories nearby. The human masters had invaded deep into the domain of the Black Ink clan after all, so it was impossible for them to pass through these lands peacefully. All the places where the Black Ink clan generally gathered together had been obliterated in their wake. In addition, there were also fragments of countless worship artifacts. The sight of these worship fragments made Xianxia's heart grow heavy. He had personally experienced the strength of such worships in the past. The palace artifact Suoquan Hui wielded when he led the Heavenly Sword Union to war against Voidland had greatly troubled Xianxia and the others at the time. Mobile palace artifacts were not only difficult to refine, but the cost to refine them was also astronomical. In the 3000 worlds, ordinary artifact refiners were not qualified to refine such artifacts, and most great forces would not have the financial strength to own one either. In the past, Xianxia had commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to create a mobile palace artifact which was now in Voidland's possession. A mobile palace artifact was a valuable treasure for laying siege to enemies and a powerful weapon that integrated both offensive and defensive abilities. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked several days ago, numerous palace artifact warships had navigated their way across the battlefield and slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, many of these powerful warships had been shattered and destroyed here. It could be seen that the battle had been very fierce for the human race. Judging from the current situation, the Black Ink clan army had caught up to the human race army even though the latter had retreated in a timely manner. A battle must have broken out between them. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. The number of casualties remained unknown. Xianxia's group continued to give chase for another 2 or 3 days before, all of a sudden, the leading Black Ink feudal lord changed direction and led the hundreds behind him to the flank. The Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples quickly followed in his lead. Xianxia frowned slightly at the sight. He had hoped to follow the Black Ink clan army to the front lines of the battlefield and find an opportunity to escape. Who could have expected the Black Ink feudal lord to change directions so abruptly? "Master, are we giving up pursuit?" Xianxia asked with a glance at Nu Yen. Nu Yen did not understand what the Black Ink clan feudal lord was trying to do either, but he answered anyway, "Sir feudal lord must have his own considerations. We only need to follow him." If it were any other Black Ink disciple, he would not have been so accommodating. It was just that Xianxia was very useful to him, so he was much more tolerant towards Xianxia's behavior. It didn't take long before Xianxia understood the reason why the Black Ink clan feudal lord had suddenly changed directions. Approximately an hour later, a raging battlefield came into view. There was a warship artifact there, trying to break out from the encirclement formed by the Black Ink clan army. Blinding lights constantly blasted out from the warship, each one containing terrifying force. Consequently, any Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple struck by the beams of light would either perish on the spot or cough up blood from the injuries they sustained. That was the biggest advantage of a warship artifact. Every single attack unleashed by it was equivalent to the full power of a 7th Order Master. Furthermore, these attacks could be fired continuously as long as the warship was functioning properly. Although the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples in the surroundings suffered huge casualties, they continued to fight to the death without any hesitation. Countless secret techniques blasted towards the warship, but even so, these secret techniques were blocked by the warship's shield and could only create ripples on its surface. For the Black Ink clan, the fact that the humans had invaded their domain and destroyed dozens of their strongholds was a huge humiliation for them. It had to be said that the humans had been besieged in the various great passes by the Black Ink clan for countless years, so it was very rare for the humans to take the initiative to attack. In any case, their humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. For that reason, the Black Ink clan disregarded their casualties and dedicated themselves to destroying this warship that had fallen behind the main force, regardless of the price they had to pay. This battle had probably been going on for a while by now, as the void was littered with the corpses of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples. In fact, there were only a dozen or so survivors at this point. If nobody hindered them, the human masters could likely use their warship to obliterate the remaining Black Ink clan and flee with ease. However, when the group of several hundred people including Yang Kai rushed over, the human masters inside the warship immediately turned pale. What they feared the most had finally come to pass. This place could still be considered to be within the domain of the Black Ink clan, so enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. They had killed the Black Ink clan surrounding them as quickly as possible in hopes of escaping their predicament even a moment sooner, but who could have known that their efforts would still not be enough? Similarly, Yang Kai was secretly anxious when he saw this scene after following Nu Yen to this place. He did not know why this warship had been left behind, but the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Just as the humans were in the process of retreating, the Black Ink Royal Lord had led many masters to pursue them and later engaged the Ninth Order Old Ancestor in battle. It might be that the powerful fallout from the battles between the two parties had impacted the human race army's formation and caused this ship to fall behind. Numerous figures stood on the deck of the ship, their world force surging as they unleashed secret techniques indiscriminately in tandem with the attacks of the warship itself. Their assault continued without pause. A furious roar suddenly rang out, "Kill them!" Under the command of the leading Black Ink feudal lord, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples charged towards the warship like the surging tide. It only took an instant for them to surround the ship tightly. That was not all. The leading Black Ink feudal lord was brave and fierce. With a shift of his body, he immediately rushed towards the ship. His enormous figure erupted with a horrifying force as he swung his fist out, smashing it into the protective shield. At that moment, a shocking sword slash swept out. It was extremely brilliant, so much so that it seemed only this sword light remained in the entire world. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as the arm that the feudal lord swung earlier was chopped off on the spot. He staggered backward unsteadily, thick pitch-black blood gushing out endlessly from his severed arm. The pain caused his face to twist hideously, but he still glared grimly at the slender figure standing at the bow of the warship. The figure was dressed in white robes that were untouched by dust and fluttered around her in an ethereal manner. More importantly, she was staring at the feudal lord as though she was looking at a dead man. Yang Kai was astonished. The shocking sword slash earlier had been extremely blinding, so it was only natural that he noticed the attack. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to glance at the master who unleashed the strike. The woman standing at the front of the deck turned out to be somebody he recognized. They could not be considered well acquainted, but they had indeed met several days ago. It was the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm who tried to take his life the other day. If not for the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm Old Ancestor's signal to withdraw, this woman in the Seventh Order would not have stopped back then. Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter her here, so he could only marvel at how unpredictable fate could be. Her current situation was clearly a little less than optimistic though. The warship she was on was very powerful, and the human race also had a number of people on their side. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan had received hundreds of reinforcements out of the blue. As long as the Black Ink clan could delay things here for a short while, even more reinforcements were bound to arrive. The people aboard the ship would not be able to escape if that were to happen. Although the warship was large, it moved as smoothly as the wind under the control of the human masters. Relying on its unparalleled and unmatched defenses, it shuttled back and forth among the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. At the same time, horrifying lights blasted out from all directions of the large ship. From time to time, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples would be struck by those beams of lights and lose their lives on the spot. Naturally, the Black Ink clan did not sit around and do nothing as they unleashed their respective means in retaliation. For a time, both sides attacked furiously, making the scene extremely chaotic. Likewise, Yang Kai randomly unleashed various secret techniques, but did not dare to exert his full strength. How could he actually attack his comrades? It was enough if he just put on a show. At the moment, he was currently wondering whether he should take the opportunity to fight his way over to the human race, prove his identity to them, and join their ranks. However, the idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. He had already suffered a loss previously. When he first encountered the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm woman, he had wanted to prove his identity, but who could have known that the other party would not give him the chance to explain himself? Standing in the other party's shoes, Yang Kai could understand the reason behind her actions. The Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary humans in terms of external appearances. For the humans who invaded the Black Ink clan's domain, they could not afford to hesitate in the slightest when facing either the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples. On a battlefield like this, the slightest hint of hesitation could lead to their deaths. Therefore, as long as the other party was not one of their own, they should kill first and ask questions later. In any case, the chances of making a mistake were basically zero. Throughout history, nobody had ever been as bold as Yang Kai. He had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple, remained by the side of a Black Ink clansman, and involved himself in various gambling arenas for years now. At this moment, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart and quietly wait for his opportunity. Unfortunately, he soon realized that something was wrong. The warship belonging to the human race might be extremely powerful, but it could not withstand a sustained barrage forever. The light shield that covered the warship was clearly dimming now. The Black Ink clan clearly noticed this fact too, and their attacks became more and more ruthless, adamant to bring down the warship. During this short period, over 100 Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had perished in the battle. Even Nu Yen had been hit by one of the light beams, which seriously injured him to the point where he coughed up blood. Yang Kai secretly glanced sideways at Nu Yen and cursed in his heart, "This bastard sure is lucky. Why won't he just die?" The heavily wounded Nu Yen no longer dared to step forward in battle. Leading Yang Kai and the others, he constantly avoided any confrontation with the ship. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something happening on the ship. The human masters seemed to be arguing among themselves. The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm standing at the bow said something, which caused the expressions of the people around her to change drastically. They hurriedly tried to persuade her with agitated expressions. However, she slowly shook her head with a firm expression. Yang Kai immediately felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Sure enough, a short while later, the white-robed woman leaped off the ship. With her sword in hand, she crossed the distance and stood between the warship and the Black Ink clan. Then, she held her sword in front of her chest and slid her finger along the blade with a solemn expression. Following a violent surging of her world force, thousands of sword waves abruptly appeared behind her back. The sword waves trembled slightly, humming with a sound that resembled sad weeping. It was the sorrowful lament of her sword. At the same time, a desolate and chilling atmosphere filled the void, and for an instant, it felt as though time had frozen. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-31, Sword Dragon. 10,000 swords swept out all at once. It was an absolutely spectacular scene. Every single sword wave was as solid as a material object. Moreover, their sharp and unstoppable aura placed heavy pressure on the onlookers. Many of the Black Ink clansmen were frightened by this scene, and for a time, nobody dared to act rashly. This woman had taken the initiative to leap out of the ship's protective range and stand before it. Anybody could see from her actions that she was planning to put her life on the line. On top of that, the attack she unleashed was by no means an ordinary secret technique. It was a divine manifestation. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. When he fought against this woman previously, he had noticed that she was extraordinarily powerful. She was definitely second to none in terms of strength among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that he encountered in the past, and judging by the current situation, it would seem that she truly had a strong capital to rely on. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only a Seventh Order or higher master could comprehend a divine manifestation that belonged only to them. Furthermore, each person's divine manifestation was different because these divine manifestations embodied the essence of their comprehension of their respective Tao. However, not every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had their own divine manifestation. Take Zuoquan Hui, who was killed by Yang Kai in the past, for an example. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of the Thousand Cranes Paradise. Although he held a respected position, he did not have a divine manifestation. Yang Kai might not have emerged victorious from the battle back then otherwise. The gap in strength between Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order could be extremely disparate at times, and those who had divine manifestations were often the best among them. In any case, unleashing one's divine manifestation could only mean that the person in question was prepared to go all out. Yang Kai also had 2 divine manifestations. Golden Crow casts the Sun and Towering Evergreen. Be that as it may, his situation was unique. Before he even advanced into the Open Heaven realm, he had already comprehended a divine manifestation while still in the Emperor realm, and it had remained one of his trump cards even today. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Will could also be regarded as a divine manifestation because the power behind it far exceeded that of any ordinary secret technique or divine ability. It was just that nobody had ever explained the intricacies of divine manifestations to him before, so he could not be too sure on its classification. The 10,000 swords roared in unison as the woman's expression became even more solemn. Meanwhile, on the ship behind her, the people who quarreled with her earlier looked on anxiously and constantly stomped their feet in frustration. Even so, they were powerless to do anything. In the next moment, the ship abruptly shot out to forge an escape path. Transforming into a stream of light, the ship quickly fled into the distance. The woman was left alone to face the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but she showed no fear whatsoever. Her courage and will were incredible indeed. Yang Kai suddenly understood the reason for the dispute earlier. The warship had been surrounded by enemies, so it was impossible for them to escape unless they killed the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples in front of them. However, doing so would only further delay them. If more reinforcements for the Black Ink clan arrived during that time, then they would lose their chance to escape forever. The woman clearly wanted to stay behind and stop their pursuers so that the ship could escape. That was the reason behind their earlier argument. It was almost certain she was a stubborn and determined person, so without giving her comrades any chance to object, she had taken the initiative to leap off the ship and summon her divine manifestation. In this way, the ship only had 2 options. Either they stayed behind and fought with her, or they took the chance to escape from the battle. The risk of them being wiped out if they chose to stay behind was high, while on the other hand, they would have a glimmer of hope to survive if they chose to escape. There were times when choosing to escape from battle was not an act of cowardice. Quite the opposite, their actions were taken to ensure their comrades' sacrifice would not become meaningless. Besides, escaping while having to abandon one's allies carried both a physical and mental burden that was not easy to alleviate. As the saying went, a strong man would make a prompt and resolute decision. This woman had risked her life just to create an opportunity for her comrades to escape. It was for that reason that Yang Kai felt a sense of admiration and respect for her. The warship was planning to escape, but how could the Black Ink clan allow their enemy to flee so easily? Thus, they immediately rushed forward to intercept the ship. Although the woman remained motionless, the sword waves behind her slammed forward with a roar. Fresh blood splattered across the void and severed body parts scattered everywhere as dozens of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples who rushed forward to stop the ship died instantaneously. Upon seeing the situation, Yang Kai became quite certain that the woman was only one step away from advancing into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. An ordinary 7th Order master would never be as powerful as her. It had to be said that the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples who perished were in no way comparable to 7th Order Master, but many of them were high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were at least on par with 6th Order Masters. Be that as it may, they were totally powerless to fight back under the bombardment of those sword waves. The woman slaughtered them so effortlessly that it almost seemed as though she was chopping vegetables. It was extremely scary. With just one strike, nobody else dared to act rashly again. All the Black Ink clansmen could only watch helplessly as the warship disappeared from their field of vision. When their gazes turned towards the woman again, their eyes were filled with a mix of rage and fear. Attack together. The feudal lord, whose arm had been cut off by the woman before, roared furiously. It would be far too embarrassing if they failed to take down a single human opponent despite their overwhelming numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took the lead to charge towards the woman. Before he even arrived, he swung his remaining fist and a dense cloud of black ink strength came crashing down on her. In a battle against the human masters, the Black Ink clan would naturally make use of their innate advantage. The black ink strength that they wielded was extremely corrosive. As long as the human master was careless for even the slightest moment, their small universe would be corroded by the black ink strength. If that were to happen, they would quickly degenerate into a black ink disciple if they did not sacrifice a part of their small universe. Although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had a certain degree of resistance towards the black ink strength, they could not withstand being in contact with it for extended periods of time. That was the reason why Meng Qi had been reluctant to escape with Yang Kai back then. He knew that he would never be able to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory without being contaminated again. As long as he left the sealed world with Yang Kai, it would only be a matter of time before he was corrupted by the black ink strength and became a black ink disciple once more. At that time, the existence of the Void Corridor would no longer be a secret. That was why he decisively committed suicide inside the sealed world to keep the Void Corridor a secret. Following the attack of the Black Ink feudal lord, many of the Black Ink clansmen acted as well. It only took an instant for the entire region to be filled with black ink clouds that enveloped the woman from all directions. All of a sudden, a sword cry resounded, accompanied by numerous scraping sounds. Yang Kai focused his eyes and stared into the pitch-black black ink cloud. The sight that entered his vision inadvertently caused him to narrow his eyes. The thousands of sword waves that had been suspended behind the woman all this time almost seemed to come alive at this moment. They quickly gathered near her and wrapped around her entire body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless sword waves continued to gather. The scraping and clanging sounds that could be heard were caused by the continuous collision between the sword waves. A sensational aura erupted from the depths of the black ink cloud, giving off the feeling that the end was approaching. In the face of such a devastating catastrophe, no one had any hope of survival. Ho! A ferocious roar suddenly burst forth, like the furious howl of an ominous beast, before a shockwave swept out. As a consequence, the black ink cloud enveloping the woman was instantly blown apart, as though struck by an unimaginable impact, and the enormous figure hidden within was revealed. The woman had long disappeared from sight, and standing in her place was a 1,000-meter-long behemoth. The behemoth had a skeletal frame made from metal. Like a giant beast of steel, the surface of its body glowed with a sharp and cold light while the lines on its surface were hard and sharp. It was a dragon. More specifically, it was a sword dragon composed from thousands and thousands of sword waves. This sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan in shock. Even Yang Kai's mouth fell open in astonishment. You can even do that with a divine manifestation? Everything that entered his eyes at this moment was completely beyond his imagination. The sword dragon that was 1,000 meters long was certainly incomparable to his 20,000 meters grand dragon form, but the oppressive aura coming from the sword dragon was not something his dragon form possessed. Although they could both manifest dragon forms, if it really came down to a battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would be defeated by this woman within 10 moves. It was no wonder she dared to stay behind on her own to stop hundreds of the Black Ink clansmen and disciples. It turned out that she had something to rely upon. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that the woman stood inside the head of the sword dragon. Her spotless white robes could vaguely be seen among the gaps in the sword waves. As long as the sword dragon was not destroyed, she would remain safe and sound. Therefore, he felt his anxiety over her safety reducing slightly. The changes occurred so suddenly that the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples rushing towards her were too stunned to change the direction of their movements. Under the leadership of several Black Ink feudal lords, they blasted out numerous secret techniques at the sword dragon. In response, the sword dragon moved. The dragon head swayed from side to side, lunging forward at the nearby black ink clansmen. The sword waves that formed the dragon vibrated extremely fast, resulting in a sharp humming sound. At the place where both parties collided, the sword dragon opened its mouth and swallowed up the one-armed feudal lord who stood at the forefront in a single gulp. Vague roars and screams of the feudal lord coming from the belly of the sword dragon rang out in the next instant. But the screams stopped abruptly not long after, and a cloud of ink-colored blood mist burst out from within the dragon. What followed could only be described as a massacre. Everywhere the sword dragon passed, black ink clansmen and black ink disciples were practically powerless to fight back. They were wounded when touched, and some were even torn apart on contact. Although countless attacks struck the body of the sword dragon, these attacks only destroyed some of the sword waves and could barely deal any damage to the woman's true body. Like cavalry charging through the front lines, the sword dragon swept through the hundreds of black ink clansmen before immediately turning around and crashing through their ranks again. Following the sword dragon's first charge, the tight formation of the black ink clan fell apart. They couldn't help feeling terrified and escaping in a fluster when faced with such a brutal divine manifestation. However, their actions only gave the sword waves a chance to break through their defenses once more. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques incessantly blasted towards the body of the sword dragon. On that chaotic battlefield, a life was lost with every passing moment. Pieces of flesh and pitch-black blood scattered across the void. Furthermore, the energy from the collapse of many small universes resounded violently. The sword dragon swept back and forth, charging through the black ink clan army 7 or 8 times in quick succession. Out of the hundreds of black ink clansmen, more than half died and the remaining half looked as terrified as wild beasts running from a flood. The might of the sword dragon was truly awe-inspiring, and the sight left Xianxia sighing in amazement. There was only one thing that upset him slightly. Nu Yen had no special ability to speak of, but his ability to stay alive was definitely first class. 3 or 4 feudal lords had already been killed by the woman, but despite harrowing odds, Nu Yen remained perfectly fine. He somehow managed to avoid the sword dragon's attacks and survive every single time. At this point, Xianxia was tempted to just summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill Nu Yen himself. After such a high-intensity battle, the sword dragon was naturally not unscathed. The final resistance of the black ink clansmen and the black ink disciples before their deaths was particularly fierce. Coupled with their constant bombardment of secret techniques and divine abilities, the majestic sword dragon looked rather ragged at this moment. It was full of holes and missing pieces. A large part of the dragon head where the woman was hiding had also been blasted apart by the constant attacks, revealing her figure to the world. Her complexion was pale and her aura was unstable. Activating her divine manifestation for such a long time must have been a great burden on her. She had intercepted and slaughtered more than half of the black ink clansmen and black ink disciples here all by herself. Moreover, quite a few of them were black ink feudal lords who were equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in strength. Having such achievements was truly remarkable. However, for her, this was only the beginning of her struggle. Martial Peak, Chapter 4932, Backed into a Corner. The woman's vulnerability did not escape the notice of the many fleeing black ink clansmen. Although they had originally been filled with the terror of death, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment. 4 black ink feudal lords had survived up until this point. They exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions without the need for discussion. Many black ink clansmen and black ink disciples had died at the hands of a single human. Their casualties were extremely heavy. If they allowed the enemy to escape on top of that, then it could only be said that they were far too incompetent. More importantly, they would not have a reasonable explanation for their higher-ups. It would be difficult for them to escape punishment if their superiors were to hold them accountable for this incident. Hence, their sole option was to take down this woman with all their might. Killing her here was the only way for them to wash away their shame. With that goal in mind, the fleeing black ink clansmen and black ink disciples gathered together again. They split into several groups under the leadership of the remaining few black ink feudal lords and moved in different directions to surround the battered sword dragon. All of them had a deep understanding of the sword dragon's might. Out of the original hundreds of people on their side, more than half had been killed by the repeated assault of the enemy. How could they not realize the tyrannical might of the enemy at this point? For that reason, the Black Ink clansmen blocking the way immediately scattered in all directions when the sword dragon came charging in their direction. At the same time, the others fiercely unleashed various attacks at the sword dragon's body from a distance. After this maneuver was repeated a few more times, the results were as expected. The sword dragon not only failed to kill many Black Ink clansmen, but the condition of its battered body deteriorated even further instead. Conversely, the encirclement stood strong whenever the sword dragon stopped moving. They were giving the woman no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite everything, the woman's pale face remained utterly indifferent when she looked at the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples surrounding her. It was almost as though she was not the one in crisis. Cracking sounds rang out again, and the sword waves that made up the sword dragon twisted and changed their form once more. Under the stunned gazes of the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples, a brand new and perfect sword dragon was born. It was just that the sword's waves forming the sword dragon had suffered extensive damage earlier, so the current sword dragon was barely half the size of the previous sword dragon. Be that as it may, it was still over 500 meters long. Yang Kai felt his admiration and respect for this woman deepening greatly. Prior to this incident, he had never even imagined that a divine manifestation could be manipulated in such a way. It went to show just how powerful she was. Her control over her divine manifestation had reached the point where she could wield it like an extension of her own body, which also meant her attainments in the sword Dao were extraordinary. The sword dragon charged forward once more. The current dragon form was a little smaller than before, but it remained enormous compared to the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Moreover, it was much more agile than before. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan continued with their established tactics to drag out the battle. They refused to have a direct confrontation with her and simply fought with the intention of wearing her down. For a time, the woman was also extremely troubled by these tactics. She could not kill many of her enemies even though she charged forward repeatedly. On the contrary, the body of the sword dragon became battered again. The repeated confrontations and stubborn resistance allowed the woman to stop the pursuit of hundreds of Black Ink clansmen with her strength alone. At this point, the 500-meter sword dragon had transformed once more and shrunk to just 100 meters in length. She would soon lose her ability to maintain the sword dragon form if the situation persisted. In her weakened state, only a tragic fate awaited her once she lost the protection of her divine manifestation. Nevertheless, she had achieved her purpose of delaying the enemy. Regardless of her survival, the people on the warship would be able to escape safely. At this moment, anybody could see that she was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, the Black Ink clan had paid a heavy price just to force her into a corner, so how could they allow her to escape? Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples continued to die, but the encirclement remained tight. They were not giving her the slightest chance to flee. Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted inside. Watching the woman fighting alone, he was tempted to reveal his identity and fight beside her. Be that as it may, the thought only passed through his mind for a fleeting moment before he rejected the idea. Even with his help, she would have a hard time pushing back her enemies in this situation. He was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. How could he win against so many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples? What's more, it would be difficult for him to gain her trust in such a short time. On the contrary, if he continued hiding, he might be able to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. The 100-meter-long sword dragon had been reduced to tatters, and the woman was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, her ashen complexion seeming completely bloodless. Upon seeing the situation, the attacks of the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples became increasingly vicious. All of a sudden, the sword dragon suddenly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai's position, causing the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples around him to turn pale in fright. Nu Yen was the first to dodge to the side. It had to be said that he might not be particularly skillful in anything, but he was very good at avoiding danger in a timely manner. Nobody expected the sword dragon to charge in this direction because Yang Kai and the others were on the rear side of the encirclement. All this while, the woman had never bothered to target this area. She had repeatedly charged towards the front lines in order to break free of the encirclement and return to the human race army, but her wish never came true. Her sudden and opposite behavior was certainly very unexpected. Yang Kai even suspected that her previous actions were simply to mislead the enemy. Her real target had always been the rear of the encirclement. Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples quickly retreated. On the other hand, the Black Ink feudal lord leading this side only hesitated for a moment before he rushed forward with a furious roar. It was not as though he did not know how strong the woman was. However, it was obvious that she was a dry oil lamp after fighting for so long. How much more strength could she exert? What's more, he had great confidence in his own strength. As long as he could delay her for a moment, his clansmen from the other side would surely come to his aid. His self-confidence would be his undoing, though. The 100-meter-long tattered sword dragon spun like a top and collided with the Black Ink feudal lord. Without a sound, the feudal lord became a cloud of pitch-black blood mist and perished in an instant. Even the high-rank Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples behind him suffered significant casualties. Nu Yen had evaded in time, so he was completely unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai had failed to make a timely retreat because he had been worrying about the woman's safety. He was wounded after being brushed by the sword dragon as it flew past. A gash deep enough to show bone appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out of the wound. His golden blood was so striking that the woman couldn't help but glance in his direction. When their gazes met, a look of obvious astonishment flashed through her eyes. She had not noticed his presence due to the intense battle earlier, so it was not until this moment that she actually caught a glimpse of him and recognized him as the Black Ink disciple who escaped from her a few days ago. At the time, she had wanted to kill him ruthlessly. It was a pity that she was forced to make a hasty retreat thanks to the signal from the old ancestor. Nevertheless, she only glanced at Yang Kai briefly before she paid no more heed to him. Now was not the time for her to be worrying about such matters. The final struggles of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples caused the 100-meter-long sword dragon to finally collapse, leaving only a few scattered sword waves around the woman for protection. Her divine manifestation had been completely destroyed, but she broke through the encirclement because of that very reason. Activating the remaining dregs of power in her small universe, she transformed into a stream of light and shot out at a high speed. The Black Ink clan's domain was located in the direction she was flying, opposite of where the human masters had escaped earlier. She had no choice but to make this decision. Her path forward had been obstructed by her pursuers, so she could only make a desperate choice in an attempt to survive this crisis. How could the remaining Black Ink clansmen allow things to go as she wished when they saw that she was attempting to flee? The 3 surviving feudal lords quickly gave chase. Likewise, the rest of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples followed closely behind. For a time, a cat-and-mouse chase took place in the void. Even though the woman was an arrow at the end of its flight, her speed was surprisingly fast. Wrapped in sword light, she seemed to transform into a sword wave that sliced through the void. The Black Ink clansmen chasing after her could not keep up at all. After leading her pursuers in circles for some time, she abruptly changed directions and fled towards the front lines. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Fleeing deeper into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan would surely lead to a tragic ending. Without the deterrence of a 9th-order old ancestor, no matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to survive by relying on her strength alone. Only by fleeing back to the human lines would she stand a chance to survive. The distance between the two parties grew larger and larger, and if nothing unexpected happened, then the woman would be able to escape alive. That was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from behind. Startled, he looked back only to see a pitch-black darkness rapidly approaching them. This horrifying scene was rather familiar. When the Black Ink Royal Lord led a horde of Black Ink clan masters here in a rush, Xianxia had witnessed a similar scene. Of course, the pitch-black darkness that was rapidly approaching this time was not nearly as large-scale as back then. Moreover, there was only one aura coming from within the darkness. It was a Black Ink Territory Lord. Xianxia's heart sank at the sight, and he clenched his fists tightly. A Black Ink Territory Lord was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. I can't believe a master of this caliber actually appeared at this time. She's in danger. The woman fleeing in the front clearly sensed the danger looming behind her, and her speed suddenly increased significantly. It was apparent that she was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, the Territory Lord chasing her was in prime condition, so how could she possibly escape his incredible speed? The distance between them quickly closed, and it didn't take long before the pitch-black darkness retracted to reveal the gigantic figure hidden within. The figure raised his hand and slapped at the sword wave that was running away up ahead. The void shuddered from the impact, and Xianxia clearly saw the sword wave freezing for a moment. Then, the impact forcefully separated the body of the woman who was fused with her sword. Blood mist sprayed from her mouth as a result. Judging from the strength displayed by the woman earlier, at the peak of her strength, she would have been able to fight back to a certain extent even if she encountered a Territory Lord. But in her current exhausted state, how could she defend against such a blow? Just a single palm strike was enough to heavily injure her. It was no longer possible for her to escape. Still, this woman was very decisive. Knowing that it was impossible to escape, she immediately spun around and fused with her sword again. She transformed into an impressive sword wave that slashed out at the Territory Lord chasing her. The power behind that attack was enough to shake space itself. It was her final blow into which she poured all her remaining strength. The Territory Lord stared indifferently at this attack and punched out with his fist. His enormous fist collided with the sword wave. Consequently, the sword wave shattered and scattered like fireflies dancing in the night. His gigantic figure stood upright in the void. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he clenched his fist and captured a small figure in his grip. The woman's pure white robes were stained red with blood, her beautiful hair was completely disheveled, and her weakened aura resembled a flickering flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Despite facing such a desperate situation, she did not simply sit around waiting for her death. Nevertheless, she could not break free from the Territory Lord's grasp no matter how hard she struggled. Xianxia immediately became anxious. In this situation where the woman had been captured, it would only take the slightest pressure from the Black Ink Territory Lord to crush her to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 4933, Unexpected Situation. The woman's life was in danger. Xianxia suddenly couldn't bear watching without doing anything any longer. Even if his identity were revealed, even if his future would be fraught with danger, he believed that he had to make his move now, otherwise, he was bound to regret his decision for the rest of his life. Over the past 2 years, he had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and carefully mingled among the Black Ink clan because he did not dare to reveal his identity easily. Being faithful to Nu Yan's orders and allowing himself to be regarded as a cash cow by fighting endless battles in the gambling arenas of various major territories were simply his methods of survival. He had not lifted a finger to help when the woman had been fighting on her own because she had always remained in control of the situation. However, she was now only one step away from death. Xianxia could not watch her die here without doing anything. With his current strength, there was a high chance that he would die as well if he revealed his identity. The Black Ink Territory Lord was not easy to deal with after all, but throughout his life, Xianxia had to admit that although he was not indomitable, he had a bottom line that could not be crossed. It was now the time where he had to take action. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise had chosen to commit suicide in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, when did he ever show the slightest hint of hesitation in his actions? The people who fought and risked their lives every single day on the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan for countless years did so all to protect the 3,000 worlds, all while the latter knew nothing of their sacrifice. How could he do any less at this moment? However, Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. That was because he noticed that the territory lord who captured the woman was simply staring at her quietly. There was no murderous intent in those eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with a trace of admiration. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises might not die if they were captured by the Black Ink clan. Rather, what awaited them was another fate. Sure enough, the Black Ink territory lord did not kill the woman immediately and instead sneered lightly, "You've got guts. In that case, become my slave forever." When the words left his mouth, Black Ink's strength dense enough to take shape seeped out of his hands. The Black Ink's strength instantly enveloped the woman and began sinking into her body. The woman struggled desperately, but her efforts were to no avail. Combined with the fact that she had exhausted all her strength in the battle just now, she was completely powerless to resist the corrosion of the Black Ink's strength. A short while later, she became quiet as her eyes filled with Black Ink's strength. Yang Kai watched quietly, feeling sad in his heart. It was hard to believe that such a master had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Be that as it may, compared to death on the spot, this outcome could be considered acceptable as he might be able to find an opportunity to rescue her. The Black Ink territory lord was clearly extremely satisfied with his newly subordinated servant. A Black Ink disciple in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was very rare, so they were considered precious even among the Black Ink clan. He studied her for a moment before he said, "Follow me once you recover." "Yes." The woman with disheveled hair bowed respectfully. After that, the territory lord did not say anything else. Pitch-black darkness covered his enormous figure, and he charged forward quickly. It was obvious that he planned to pursue the human masters who had retreated earlier. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples left behind glared at the woman. The situation was extremely awkward, but there was no helping it. They had been fighting each other as though there was an absolutely irreconcilable enmity between them only for her to suddenly become one of their own in the blink of an eye. The shift in her position was rather abrupt. Even so, there was no denying that the woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was now a Black Ink disciple after being corrupted by the territory lord's Black Ink strength. Under normal circumstances, it was easy for such a powerful Black Ink disciple who was acting alone without being accompanied by their master to attract the greed of Black Ink clansmen. However, everybody had just witnessed the territory lord corrupting this woman with his Black Ink strength. Who would dare to steal her away after that? They would not face any consequences if they stole her now, but the territory lord was bound to hold them accountable for their actions later. If that were to happen, they would lose all the Black Ink disciples under their command and possibly even their life. "Why did you run off? Do you want to die?" Nu Yen reprimanded Yang Kai. In order to rescue the woman earlier, Yang Kai had increased his speed slightly and left his master behind. It was fortunate that he had reacted in time and held back from attacking the territory lord. Otherwise, the person being hunted at this moment would have been him. Hence, he lowered his head silently in response. Thankfully, Nu Yen only reprimanded Yang Kai once and did not seem to have any other intentions. In that way, the vigorous pursuit finally ended. The 3 surviving Black Ink clan feudal lords gathered together for a quick discussion, then one of them said, "A few will stay behind to guard this place and prevent any misunderstandings from occurring. The rest will come with me to pursue the enemy." The woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm had been converted by a territory lord, but she was a dry oil lamp at the moment and needed time to recover her strength. The territory lord had also commanded her to recuperate before catching up to him. Be that as it may, it was inappropriate to leave her here alone. If any other Black Ink clan masters passed by this place and mistakenly killed her thinking that she was an enemy, they would not be able to give the territory lord a reasonable explanation. Therefore, a few people had to stay behind to help her stand guard and explain the circumstances to any passing clansman. Ordinary Black Ink disciples would never receive such special treatment, but they had just witnessed this woman's strength with their own eyes. More importantly, she was personally corrupted by a territory lord. As the territory lord's Black Ink disciple, it was only natural for her to receive special treatment. After the feudal lord finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. Nu Yen, dutifully, stepped forward at the right moment and volunteered, "Sir, I'm willing to stay behind." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Nu Yen. During the 2 years serving under him, Yang Kai had not realized that Nu Yen was extremely scared of death. It was not until this battle against the human masters that Nu Yen's cowardice was revealed. In addition, Yang Kai had noticed something earlier. Although Nu Yen had no special abilities to speak of, his ability to sense danger and escape it were definitely first class. In other words, his ability to survive in the Black Ink battlefield up until today was not without reason. Hearing that somebody was required to stay behind, how could Nu Yen fail to seize this opportunity? He quickly volunteered before anybody else could even react. It was not a major issue that needed to be negotiated, and since he took the initiative to volunteer, the other Black Ink clansmen would naturally have no reason to compete with him. The feudal lord who spoke earlier nodded and responded, "In that case, you will stay behind. The rest will come with me." After saying that, he took the lead to charge forward in pursuit. The others quickly followed behind him, and it didn't take long before only Nu Yen, Yang Kai, and the other Black Ink disciples remained. "Let's take a rest. I'm sure you're all tired from the battle earlier. It's good that none of us died." While speaking, Nu Yen turned to look in the woman's direction with a thankful expression. Several Black Ink feudal lords and countless high-rank Black Ink clansmen had died at the hands of this woman. Therefore, Nu Yen was very lucky to have survived. What made him rejoice even more was that all the Black Ink disciples under his command had also survived the battle. They sat down cross-legged and consumed some spirit pills for recovery. On the other side, the woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm had been quietly recovering her strength ever since the departure of the territory lord. From time to time, Black Ink clansmen of varying numbers would rush over from behind. When they stumbled upon this place, they couldn't help feeling curious and came forward to ask about the situation. Naturally, Nu Yen answered their questions truthfully. After hearing that the disheveled woman recovering her strength was a Black Ink disciple converted by a territory lord, they immediately gave up any ideas about her and left quickly. After just half a day's time, the woman opened her eyes under Yang Kai's close watch. Her originally ashen complexion had already returned to normal. She casually tied up her hair and slowly got to her feet, and then she walked over to Yang Kai and the others. The crimson patches that blossomed all over her white robes were extremely striking. Nu Yen had also gotten to his feet after he noticed her movements, but his smile was rather forced. "Have you recovered your strength?" He fervently wished that the woman would take as much time as possible to recover. In that way, he would no longer need to chase after the human masters or take any risks that could endanger his life. Still, he was part of the Black Ink clan, so even if his strength was much weaker than the Black Ink disciple in front of him, a Black Ink disciple was nothing more than a servant in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Of course, this woman was a servant converted by a territory lord, so Nu Yen had to show her a certain degree of respect. Even his inquiring tone was rather polite. The woman said nothing and simply stared at Nu Yen silently. In the next moment, she stretched out her arm and a long sword immediately appeared in her grip as a shocking light burst forth. The world seemed to lose all its colors at that moment. Nu Yan's forced smile remained on his face, but his eyes were flooded with a sense of horror and fear. Raising his hand slightly, he pointed at the woman. The words had only just left his mouth when his enormous body suddenly split into two halves. Pitch black blood and Black Ink strength exploded to form a Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others standing nearby were completely stunned. Nobody could have predicted this sudden turn of events. Black Ink disciples were the servants of the Black Ink clan after all. No matter how high their cultivation, it was impossible for them to have thoughts of betraying a Black Ink clan. That was why Nu Yen had been completely caught off guard when this woman walked over to them. Needless to say, with the gap in their strength, there was nothing he could have done to stop her even if he had been on guard. In any case, this situation was totally unexpected. The woman who had just recovered her strength had killed Nu Yen with a single stroke of her sword. Yang Kai had been praying for Nu Yen to die as soon as possible so that he could escape, but he never imagined that Nu Yen would perish just like that. If he had to be honest, he was feeling rather confused. Before he had time to think though, the aura of death suddenly loomed over him. The woman did not stop after killing Nu Yen and swiftly slashed her sword down on him. Turning pale with shock, Yang Kai immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust forward without any hesitation. There was a loud explosion, followed by an overwhelming force that erupted from before him. Yang Kai felt as though an entire universe world had smashed into him, and his figure was sent flying backwards. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and the vitality in his chest surged violently. This was the second time he had suffered defeat at the hands of this woman, but a vague speculation formed in his mind at that moment. The woman looked slightly surprised. Yang Kai had escaped from her death blow during the previous raid, and the same thing had occurred again this time. Just as she suspected, this sixth-order Black Ink disciple was truly unusual. On the other side, both B2 and E5 went crazy after witnessing Nu Yan's death. As Black Ink disciples, their master and the Black Ink clan were supreme. It was their responsibility to ensure the safety of their master. However, Nu Yen had been killed right under their noses. How could they not be furious? The two of them showed no hesitation whatsoever. One of them blasted a divine ability at the woman while the other lunged forward. His entire figure swelled significantly under the effects of his secret technique. The woman's expression remained indifferent, and the long sword in her hand transformed into a curtain of swords that rained down on B2 and E5 like a storm. With her strength, it would not take much effort for her to kill two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. At the critical moment, Yang Kai desperately yelled out, "Senior, for Universe Pillars." Martial Peak, Chapter 4934, Feng Ying. Yang Kai's yell caused the woman's movements to pause slightly. It was precisely because of this momentary hesitation that B2 and E5 survived. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as both of them instantaneously suffered severe injuries and were forced to retreat. However, they were clearly unafraid of death and rushed forward again after being forced to retreat once. The woman frowned slightly and murderous intent blazed brightly in her eyes. She had held back just now because of Yang Kai's yell, but that did not mean she had lost her intention to kill B2 and E5. Human masters who became Black Ink disciples after being corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to stand on the opposite side as the enemy, and there could be no mercy when dealing with the enemy. That was the lesson learned by the human cultivators after innumerable years on the Black Ink battlefield. It was a lesson they received in exchange for the blood of countless ancestors. Before the woman could attack again though, Yang Kai rushed over in a flash. B2 and E5 were completely focused on the woman, so they were totally defenseless towards him. He easily approached them for that reason and knocked them down, rendering them unconscious rather than killing them. Unfortunately, due to the urgency of the situation, his attacks had been a bit too heavy, so there was a high chance that they would need to recuperate for some time when they woke up. The woman held her long sword in her grip. Watching the scene in front of her, a look of surprise flashed through her eyes. As a Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly puzzling. However, if she combined his actions with the words he shouted earlier, a vague speculation formed in her head: "Are you not corrupted by the Black Ink strength?" Holding B2 in one hand and E5 in the other, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I wanted to tell you when I met you for the first time, but I didn't get the chance to speak. You really have one of the 4 universe pillars?" The woman raised her eyebrows. I have a world spring. Words are nothing without proof. She did not lower her guard, and a sword wave continued to hum around the long sword in her hand. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement and said, Please see for yourself, Senior. While speaking, he opened the portal to his small universe. She took a deep look at him before she activated her divine sense and probed the interior of his small universe. A short while later, she withdrew her divine sense, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had certainly seen a clear spring inside Yang Kai's small universe, in addition to the mysterious power that flowed out of it which stabilized his small universe. Thanks to this power, his small universe was not only extremely firm, but also completely impervious to any external forces. She also saw that his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material, which was what surprised her the most. After all, the young man in front of her was clearly only in the sixth order open heaven realm. Senior, do you also have one of the 4 universe pillars? Yang Kai inquired for verification. If she did not have one of the 4 universe pillars, then how was it possible for her to safely escape from the clutches of a Black Ink territory lord? The reason she had quietly endured the process and pretended to be corrupted by Black Ink strength was that she had been running out of strength. If it was discovered that she had one of the 4 universe pillars, she was bound to be killed on the spot. Therefore, she waited until the territory lord departed and she recovered enough before she made her move. Nu Yan's death was simply collateral damage. He originally thought that staying behind to watch over her would be an easy task because he did not need to confront the human masters, but how could he have known that staying behind was actually the fastest way to die? If Nu Yan had known that his decision would result in such an outcome, he would never have agreed to stay beside this woman. It was precisely because Yang Kai had such a guess that he shouted at the top of his voice when the woman made her move just now. Unexpectedly, though, she slowly shook her head. I don't have one of the 4 universe pillars. The 4 universe pillars are only given to the 8th order masters. I am not qualified enough to own one. Why else did you think that territory lord left without checking my small universe? There had never been a precedent of a 9th order old ancestor becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength, so there was no need for them to worry about it and thus no reason for them to have one of the 4 universe pillars. 8th order open heaven realm masters were the strongest fighting force below the old ancestors and also the commanders and leaders of the human race army on the Black Ink battlefield. Hence, a treasure like the 4 universe pillars would naturally be given to them so that they could be used to the fullest. More importantly, they had enough strength to defend themselves on the chaotic battlefield and would not be killed by accident, leading to the loss of the 4 universe pillar they carried. If treasures like the 4 universe pillars were possessed by 6th or 7th order masters, they would be lost if these open heaven realm masters perished on the battlefield. The Black Ink clan was also aware of this point. The humans did not have many 4 universe pillars in their possession, and these treasures were always possessed by 8th order masters. There was no exception to this rule. It was precisely for that reason that the territory lord had left with peace of mind after corrupting the woman with his Black Ink strength and did not bother to check her small universe. Yang Kai was surprised. How did you resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength then, Senior? When he asked this question, he immediately became vigilant. If this woman had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength, then the situation in front of him would be very bad. The woman was silent for a moment before she explained, Somebody once planted a secret technique based on the profound fish inside my small universe. It can help me to resist the erosion of the Black Ink strength once. The profound fish was one of the 4 universe pillars. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique she was referring to and had never heard that the 4 universe pillars could be used to plant such secret techniques. However, this kind of technique would naturally be developed only on the Black Ink battlefield, so it wasn't surprising for him not to know about it. In order to fight against the Black Ink strength, it was not surprising for the human masters to create some novel sparks after painstakingly struggling with all their might for countless years. Senior, do you mean to say that the secret technique can protect you only once? She nodded. May I verify the truth? Xianxia asked in a grim voice. She said nothing and just opened the portal to her small universe. At a time like this, she knew that it was a necessary gesture to gain Xianxia's trust. In any case, on the black ink battlefield, it was very normal for one's small universe to be investigated by others. After a quick investigation, Xianxia discovered that the woman's small universe certainly did not contain any signs of being corrupted by the black ink strength. There were also no signs of a universe pillar inside either. He couldn't help feeling amazed by his discovery. "We can't stay here for long," the woman said softly. Nu Yan's corpse was suspended there in open view, so if any other black ink clansmen passed by this place, the two of them would have a hard time explaining the situation. While speaking, she glanced at the two black ink disciples in his hand. "You can't save them. Just kill them." However, Xianxia shook his head. "If it was just me, then I would not be able to save them. But it's different with you around, senior. Please put them into your small universe for now." She frowned. "Impossible. They are black ink disciples. If I place them in my small universe, I will be in trouble when they regain consciousness." "Please wait a moment, senior." After he said that, Xianxia's left and right hands suddenly glowed with dazzling light. When he pressed his palms together, the yellow and blue lights merged together to form a pure white light that enveloped both B2 and E5. Sizzling sounds rang out and the expressions of the two unconscious men suddenly twisted in pain. Immediately after that, dense black ink strength seeped out of their bodies and faded into nothingness. Their expressions gradually softened again as the black ink strength dissipated from them. Dismissing the remaining purifying light, Xianxia nodded at the woman. "It's fine now." The woman was flabbergasted by what she just witnessed. Although she had some speculations, she couldn't help feeling incredulous. She took a large step forward and casually grabbed B2's wrist, then she carefully probed his condition. After a while, she stared at Xianxia as though she was looking at a ghost. "What method did you use to dispel the black ink strength?" Such a method was completely unheard of and unseen before. She had been fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for some 3,000 years now, but she had never even heard of such a technique. "I can't explain in such a short time, but this is a unique ability that I have," Xianxia responded faintly. She didn't know what to say, mainly because Xianxia had given her too much of a shock. Besides, she had the vague feeling that there would be a huge impact on the battle situation of this unchanging and eternal war if this method was spread. In the past, the Black Ink disciple corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to be mortal enemies. Any encounters between the human masters and Black Ink disciples would only end with the death of one party or the other. However, there was now a method to restore order from chaos among the Black Ink disciples. If this method was utilized properly, then the losses suffered by the human race would be significantly reduced. Where did this kid come from? Why have I never heard of him before? What's more, he was wandering around alone in the Black Ink clan's territory. Should I say he is ignorant and foolish, or bold and courageous? Not only did he possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but he also had the means to purify and dispel the Black Ink strength. Thus, she suddenly realized that she had picked up an immeasurable treasure. He would be a huge asset to the entire Black Ink battlefield. Upon confirming that all Black Ink strength in B2 and E5 had been purified and dispelled, she did not hesitate to toss the 2 unconscious men into her small universe. Then, she grabbed Xianxia by the arm. "Let's go." Xianxia did not resist and allowed her to lead him away. Along the way, the woman would glance sideways at him from time to time. Finally, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, "Which cave, heaven, or paradise did you come from? What is your name?" Xianxia was silent. In the end, he answered, "This junior is called Xianxia. I come from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven." He did not mean to deceive her, but he figured she might not know of Void Land. If he mentioned that name, he would only need to explain even more. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises after all. Why would he enter the Black Ink battlefield for no reason? That was a valid point of suspicion, and since this matter was related to the Void Corridor, he could not speak carelessly. He had not forgotten Meng Qi's warning. Aside from the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors, no matter who questioned him, he could not reveal the existence of the Void Corridor to anybody. The woman did not seem to think that he was lying. The main reason was that she never expected anybody to lie about their background, so she nodded lightly and said, "Blue Sky Paradise, Feng Ying." Blue Sky Paradise? Yang Kai raised his brow lightly. "Senior, do you know Elder Mu Zhuo?" Mu Zhuo was the foreign affairs envoy from Blue Sky Paradise and was the person in charge of their Dao temple in the Star Boundary. Although Yang Kai was not close with him, they had interacted with each other on multiple occasions. Due to the Star Boundary's world tree, Yang Kai was more or less acquainted with several elders from each of the major cave heavens and paradises, even though his cultivation was low. He was also quite friendly with some of them. There were times when the value of something like personal connections was reflected in such situations. "Mu Zhuo? He is my junior brother. Do you know him?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Yang Kai answered, "I've met him a few times." Upon hearing his answer, she was tempted to ask why a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple would meet a Blue Sky Paradise elder, let alone several times. However, she was not very familiar with the situation in the outside world after fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for so long. It was meaningless to ask such questions, so she suppressed the curiosity in her heart. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly looked around and realized that something was wrong. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his current position and the direction they were heading before exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior, aren't we heading in the wrong direction?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4935, Quite Strong. It turned out that the direction in which Feng Ying was leading Yang Kai was not heading towards the great pass defended by the cave heavens and paradises. They seemed to be heading in the opposite direction actually, so he was naturally quite confused. Feng Ying explained, "The last operation has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army is gathering at the front. We might not be able to break through their lines with just our strength alone. If we go there so recklessly, we will only be walking directly to our deaths. Therefore, our best option is to find as many helpers as possible first." "Helpers?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly at those words but soon understood. "Black Ink disciples?" Feng Ying nodded. "You have the ability to restore their true selves, so as long as we find a few more Black Ink disciples, we might be able to gather a group large enough to create chaos at Black Ink clan army's rear. Only then will we have a chance to return." She originally did not have such a plan. Trapped in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory alone, Feng Ying had already mentally prepared herself for her death. If not for that, she would not have killed Nu Yen immediately after recovering her strength. She had no plans of returning alive and simply planned to kill as many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples as she could, so she would not be dying in vain. It was not until she witnessed Yang Kai's astonishing method to dispel the Black Ink strength that this plan sprang to mind. If they could smoothly implement this plan, then they would have a standing chance to survive and even rescue some Black Ink disciples along the way. However, Yang Kai was an indispensable part of this plan. It was impossible to pull this off without him. Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. Looking around for a while, he glanced towards a Black Ink cloud condensed in the void and made a suggestion. "Senior, how about we hide inside the Black Ink cloud over there?" Feng Ying followed the direction of his gaze, and her expression became pensive. "Are you suggesting?" He nodded. "The Black Ink disciples will definitely be traveling together with the Black Ink clan. If we run around like this, even if we encounter Black Ink disciples, we will only cause the Black Ink clansmen traveling with them to become vigilant. If that's the case, it will be difficult for us to take action. However, it will be a different story if we hide inside the Black Ink cloud and emerge when the enemy passes by this area." Pondering in silence after listening to his suggestion, Feng Ying nodded in agreement. "You're right." With her intelligence, she didn't need Yang Kai to explain much for her to understand the various advantages of this method. Unfortunately, there was one problem with this plan. Can you guarantee my safety? She was powerful, and the immense heritage of her small universe gave her a certain degree of resistance towards black ink strength. Even so, it was impossible for her to remain inside a black ink cloud for an extended period of time. She would eventually fail to withstand black ink strength if too much time passed. We'll know once we try, Yang Kai declared firmly. Taking the lead, he rushed towards the black ink cloud. It was impossible for him to not be in high spirits right now. He had been trapped in Black Ink Clan's domain for the past 2 years, during which he always had to act with utmost caution, as though he was constantly walking on thin ice. Thus, Yang Kai inevitably felt his blood pumping when doing something so invigorating all of a sudden. A short while later, Yang Kai charged into the black ink cloud with Feng Ying following closely behind. The dense black ink cloud was almost as thick as solid matter. After hastily exchanging blows twice with him, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was quite strong. Be that as it may, she was not familiar with his true abilities. It was not easy for one person to face 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen alone. On top of that, the 5 Black Ink disciples would not simply stand around doing nothing once the fight broke out. They would surely attack to support their masters. Rest assured, Senior. This junior may be young, but I've experienced many things in life. I won't screw up. Yang Kai licked his lips with an eager expression. Having suppressed himself for so long, he could finally go all out again. Feng Ying hesitated slightly before she nodded. Be careful. I will dispatch those 2 feudal lords as quickly as possible, then come to help you. Yang Kai nodded in response. Exchanging a glance, the pair rushed out of their hiding spot in the black ink cloud. As soon as the 2 of them emerged from their hiding spot, the Black Ink clansmen passing by noticed them, and numerous gazes immediately turned towards them. Upon seeing that these 2 were humans, the 2 leading feudal lords revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. They exchanged a glance with each other and flew over in tacit agreement. Likewise, Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached the Black Ink group. Both parties soon came close to each other. One of the feudal lords reached out towards Feng Ying, but in the next instant his body suddenly stiffened without any warning. A sword wave sliced through him from the top of his head to his crotch. The sharp and unstoppable sword wave broke through his defenses and split his enormous body in 2. Feng Ying had made her move. She actually launched her attack even earlier than Yang Kai. Yang Kai had the protection of the World Spring, so he could fearlessly allow the black ink strength to pour into his body and make the enemy lower their guard as a result. However, she did not have such luxury. As soon as the feudal lord in front of her reached out towards her, she unleashed a killing move. She was among the strongest 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and not too long ago, she had slaughtered hundreds of enemies with her strength alone. She not only attacked decisively at this moment, but she also had the element of surprise on her side while striking from point-blank distance. How could the feudal lord defend against her attack? It only took an instant for her to kill the first feudal lord on the spot. Then, without delay, she slashed her sword at the second feudal lord. The second feudal lord happened to be preparing to subjugate Yang Kai at that very moment, so how could he stand a chance against Feng Ying's sudden assault? When the sword wave slashed down, he was chopped in half and died just like that. The 2 feudal lords perished in an instant. Only then did Feng Ying breathe a sigh of relief, but when she looked over, she was slightly stunned. That was because Yang Kai was standing there with a spear in one hand, a high-rank Black Ink clansman hanging from its end. With a twist of his arm, the high-rank Black Ink clansman exploded into mist. As expected, this kid is strong. She had managed to kill 2 Black Ink clan feudal lords by herself because she had enough confidence in her strength. However, in the short time taken for her to deal with her enemies, Yang Kai had already slain 4 of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 who were pushed back looked greatly weakened. It was obvious that they were severely injured. Feng Ying's previous display had revealed her immense strength. However, they all came from different cave heavens and paradises where countless masters existed, so they were not impressed by raw power alone. Conversely, what grabbed their attention was the method Yang Kai had displayed earlier. As black ink disciples who became ordinary humans again, they had personally experienced these changes and held deep feelings towards that pure white light. Does our side have such means now? The 5 of them were genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, any of their comrades who were corrupted by black ink strength would stand on the opposite side of the human race and become an irreconcilable enemy. Moreover, it was impossible to rescue them. Now that they had such means, there was no need to reluctantly give up on their comrades whenever one of them became corrupted by black ink strength. They could still rescue their comrades if the opportunity arose. That was definitely something that could change the entire tide of the blank ink battlefield. Although there were many things they wanted to ask, they knew that this was not the place for discussion. They silently cupped their fists at Yang Kai and Feng Ying to indicate their thanks. We cannot stay in this place for long. Enter my small universe. Feng Ying ordered before opening the portal to her small universe. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it stood to reason that masters below the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm were able to enter her small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai could only take in those below the 6th Order. The 5 of them nodded and entered the portal leading into Feng Ying's small universe to recuperate without any hesitation. Let's go! Feng Ying called out and took the lead to head in a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly followed behind her. Since they were looking for helpers, then it was only natural to gather as many as possible. Yang Kai did not know what was waiting for them ahead, but since Feng Ying had mentioned that the Black Ink clan army was gathering on the front lines, it would not be easy for them to pass through. Only by gathering enough force would they stand a chance to fight their way through the Black Ink clan army and return to the Great Pass. Half a day later, the pair repeated their earlier actions. Hiding inside a black ink cloud, they prepared to wait for fish to swim by once more. Less than a quarter of an hour after they hid, a large Black Ink clan army passed by in the vicinity. There were very many of them, almost 1,000 in total, and the leader had a deep and profound aura. It was highly likely that it was a Black Ink territory lord. Hiding inside the Black Ink cloud, Yang Kai and Feng Ying did not dare to move a single muscle and concealed their auras as much as possible. If they exposed themselves in front of such a strong enemy, they would surely suffer a tragic fate. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side today. Although the Black Ink clan army passed close to their position, they did not bother to check the situation inside the Black Ink cloud where they were hiding. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, black ink clouds were extremely common and there was no need to investigate them carefully. Furthermore, they would never have imagined that 2 humans would recklessly hide inside a black ink cloud or that these humans could resist the corrosion of the black ink's strength for an extended period of time. Yang Kai and Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief when the Black Ink clan army disappeared from the scope of their senses. They saw another team of 100 or so passing by after some time, but just as before, they could only remain in hiding. Judging by the current situation, it could be seen that Feng Ying's previous guess was correct. The Black Ink clan was marshalling their army on the front lines. The long-distance raid carried out by the human masters had fully provoked the wrath of the Black Ink clan, so it was obvious that the enemy was planning a large-scale counterattack to take revenge. From time to time, they would see Black Ink clansmen passing by in groups of varying numbers, but even if the numbers were small, these groups weren't targets that they could defeat. The current situation was different from when Feng Ying had previously repelled hundreds of Black Ink clansmen on her own. At the time, she had no other choice but to go all out. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself in order to allow her comrades to escape, so she had fought with reckless abandon in order to drag down as many enemies with her as possible. Now though, the 2 of them had to move around in secret. All of a sudden, Yang Kai, who had been keeping a close watch on their surroundings, suddenly brightened and whispered, "Senior, our prey is here." Feng Ying glanced at him wordlessly. His statement sounded as though they were bandits who were waiting to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Be that as it may, she could not deny that tempting prey had appeared. They had waited for so long and avoided several Black Ink clan teams during this period, but at this moment, what entered their sight was a group that consisted of only 10 individuals. In addition, this team was heading directly towards them. Although the numbers of this team were similar to their first encounter, the lineup was considerably inferior in terms of strength. There were no feudal lords in this group, only several high-rank and even low-rank Black Ink clansmen. There were not many Black Ink disciples either, only 3 of them. After confirming that there were no other dangers in the vicinity, Yang Kai and Feng Ying no longer hesitated. They rushed out of the Black Ink cloud and charged directly at the oncoming team. What followed was a swift massacre where the opponents were practically powerless to fight back. The Black Ink clansmen were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, after which Yang Kai used his means to dispel the Black Ink's strength from the 3 Black Ink disciples. Once this was done, Feng Ying stuffed them into her small universe so that they could recover their strength. In the 2 months that followed, Yang Kai and Feng Ying wandered around aimlessly. The Black Ink clouds that could be found everywhere became the perfect hiding spots for them, and whenever they came across a suitable opportunity, they would attack. If their opponents were too strong, then they would simply remain in hiding. Their harvest over the past 2 months was bountiful. They slaughtered at least 100 Black Ink clansmen, a number of whom were feudal lords. Moreover, they had rescued some 30 or 40 Black Ink disciples by now. Across a large distance, Yang Kai and Feng Ying quietly observed the large ship. They could clearly see many figures swaying about on the ship, a large number of which were Black Ink disciples. "Senior, do you plan to attack that ship?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying nodded. "It's a good opportunity." Martial Peak, Chapter 4937, in order to convey. Yang Kai was worried, but we don't know what kind of existence is on board that ship. What if there's a territory lord? Feng Ying shook her head. That's highly unlikely. 2 months ago, the Black Ink royal lord personally took action. Therefore, all territory lords in the vicinity should already have followed him to the battlefield at the time. Even if they received the news late, they would not have waited until now to set out. That's why there should not be any territory lords among the reinforcements. What's more, the war has begun and territory lords are the backbone of the Black Ink clan. Logically speaking, they should have rushed to the battlefield at the earliest notice. Bringing out a flight-type artifact like this ship to transport manpower indicates that the people on the ship have varying strength, so they have different flying speeds. There was some logic to Feng Ying's statement, so Yang Kai nodded slightly in response. She then added, "Of course, there are always exceptions. If we encounter a territory lord, I will delay them for as long as possible. You should escape immediately." During this period, she had witnessed his ability and recognized his value. A talented individual like Yang Kai could not be killed here. Otherwise, the loss to the cave heavens and paradises would be incalculable. She even mentally prepared herself to risk her life in order to create an opportunity for him to escape at a critical juncture. "Let's go!" Feng Ying beckoned and charged towards the large ship with Yang Kai in tow. When the 2 figures appeared without warning, there was an immediate response from the ship. Several figures flew out to stand on the deck and focus their gaze in this direction from a distance. Feng Ying and Yang Kai did not reduce their speed as they flew forward in a straight line. It didn't take long for them to land on the deck. Countless scrutinizing gazes mixed with curiosity turned towards them. At the same time, Yang Kai was also observing them. He discovered that there were no Black Ink disciples in the high-rank open heaven realm here, so he couldn't help sighing in relief. Just as Feng Ying had predicted, these people certainly had varying levels of strength. It would seem that her previous speculations were correct. Feng Ying placed her hand over her chest and glanced at the inside of the cabin. "Who is in charge here?" "Hong Lian Territory Lord has an order to convey." Her words made her seem as though she was Hong Lian Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple. A group of Black Ink disciples on the deck looked around for a while but did not answer. Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly, admiring Feng Ying's courage and caution. She had used the name Hong Lian Territory Lord. If there was a master on the large ship, he would certainly reveal himself immediately after hearing this name. In that way, they could quickly determine the strength of the enemy and come up with countermeasures. Besides, Feng Ying was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was normal for her to disguise herself as Hong Lian Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple. The dull thud of footsteps soon came from within the cabin. Immediately after that, a tall Black Ink clansman strode out. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this Black Ink clansman was nothing more than a Black Ink feudal lord. The sight immediately filled him with relief. Many feudal lords had died at the hands of Feng Ying during this period, hence, a single feudal lord was not much of a concern. The only thing that bothered him slightly was the Black Ink disciple accompanying the feudal lord. The Black Ink disciple was undoubtedly in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and his aura was deep and profound. After appearing on the deck, the feudal lord lowered his head and looked down at Feng Ying and Yang Kai. "I am Xiaoyu feudal lord. What are Sir Territory Lord's orders?" He held no suspicion towards Feng Ying's identity, mainly because he did not expect a person to be so bold as to impersonate the Black Ink disciple of a Black Ink clan territory lord in front of him. Feng Ying respectfully said, "Sir, please lean down. Master has commanded that this order can only be relayed to you alone." Xiaoyu feudal lord frowned slightly at those words. Although he did not understand why Hong Lian Territory Lord would give such an order, he lowered his body slightly, tilted his head to the side, and listened intently. Feng Ying flew forward slightly and whispered, "Master said." Her sentence trailed off. Having piqued his curiosity and caused him to lower his guard, Feng Ying immediately pulled out her sword and slashed at him in the next moment. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as Xiaoyu retained his posture of listening intently, but his massive head had already been separated from his neck. Feng Ying's movements did not stop there. She quickly pushed back the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord with another slash of her sword. Immediately after that, she opened the portal to her small universe, and dozens of figures, who were raring to go, instantly emerged. The Black Ink disciples, whom Yang Kai and Feng Ying had spent 2 months rescuing, had been recuperating in Feng Ying's small universe all this while. Having long since attained a full recovery, they had nothing to do every day and were practically dying from boredom. Now that they came out from Feng Ying's small universe, they were like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. They immediately summoned their artifacts and unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan in the surroundings. At this moment, the Black Ink clan were reeling in confusion and shock. They never imagined that they would be ambushed by human masters in such a place, so they immediately suffered heavy casualties. As soon as Feng Ying made her move, Yang Kai also complemented her actions and lunged forward. He ignored the rest of the Black Ink disciples and focused his attention on the 7th Order Black Ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord. At present, it was still unclear how many on the ship could rival a 7th Order master in strength. However, Xiaoyu feudal lord had been eliminated, so as long as this 7th Order Black Ink disciple was dealt with, they could stabilize the entire situation. At the same time that Yang Kai lunged forward, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple who was repelled by Feng Ying earlier rushed forward aggressively. In the eyes of a Black Ink disciple, it did not matter whether or not Feng Ying had been sent by Hong Lian Territory Lord, he had to take revenge after witnessing the tragic death of his master that occurred right in front of his eyes. Feng Ying had not lowered her guard against him, of course, and after releasing her allies from her small universe, she raised her sword and charged at him. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was faster than her. He sprang out from behind her and swung his fist at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple. A cold light flashed in the opponent's eyes, and the 7th Order Black Ink disciple raised his palm towards Yang Kai. World force surged violently from the palm of his hand, like a tsunami. He seemed determined to kill Yang Kai with a single strike. "Be careful!" Feng Ying exclaimed in horror. She never expected Yang Kai to be so reckless. In her original plan, she would pin down any 7th Order masters or feudal lords herself, while Yang Kai only needed to go and rescue the subjugated Black Ink disciples. How could she have imagined that this brat would target the 7th Order Black Ink disciple on his own? She didn't even have time to stop him. Swiftly though, she recalled that Yang Kai had managed to block 2 of her killing moves in the past and felt slightly more relieved. He would not die so easily. When the 2 attacks collided with each other, world force exploded and Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards. Still, the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was stunned as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. His strength might not be at its peak, but his order was not something that could be ignored. Even so, an opponent who was 1 order lower than him had successfully defended against his attack. He couldn't help feeling astonished. If it was a one-on-one battle, now would be the best time to hunt down Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had only just been thrown off when Feng Ying approached. Her long sword transformed into sword shadows that covered the entire sky and slashed down on the Black Ink disciple. In that instant, the 7th Order Black Ink disciple immediately fell into a precarious situation. Feng Ying was extremely powerful, and even at his peak, he might not have been her opponent, what more in his current situation. In just a few blows, he was cornered to the point where he could only parry her attacks and was powerless to fight back. Furthermore, he could not break free of her suppression no matter how hard he struggled and resisted. Yang Kai, who had been forced back just now, returned and joined forces with Feng Ying. Their combined efforts left the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple increasingly helpless to fight back. Yang Kai was extremely agile, his figure flitting around erratically, causing great trouble to his opponent. Moreover, the flickering white light in the palm of his hands filled the 7th Order Black Ink disciple with an instinctive sense of fear. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple had never seen such pure white light before. Even though he did not know what kind of attack that was, the black ink strength in his body transmitted a message of fear and horror to him as though it had met its natural enemy. As a result, his already precarious situation became even more unbearable. It didn't take long before Yang Kai found an opportunity to approach the enemy. He shot forward and pressed his palm against the back of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple. A pure white light flared brightly and enveloped the Black Ink disciple. Following a series of sizzling sounds, the black ink strength was dispelled and dissipated into nothingness. Accordingly, the resistance of the Black Ink disciple gradually subsided. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and nodded at Feng Ying. Then he hastily rushed towards the nearest Black Ink disciple. The dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters previously released by Feng Ying were currently fighting an intense battle on the ship's deck. In such a short span of time, several people had already lost their lives. Their deaths went to show the ferocity of the battle, but the main reason was that their actions were restricted to a certain degree. Not to mention, their numbers were fewer than their opponents. They had not been able to take an accurate accounting earlier, so it was not until this moment that they realized there were some 300 people aboard this ship. Among them, only a few dozen or so were Black Ink disciples. The others were Black Ink clansmen. While they were merciless towards the Black Ink clan, they had to hold back against the Black Ink disciples as, unlike before, they could no longer just kill them. Following the commotion of the battle, the Black Ink disciples and the Black Ink clansmen below deck emerged in 2s and 3s. It was fortunate that the enemies did not emerge all at once, otherwise, they were bound to suffer heavy casualties at first encounter if they challenged 300 enemies directly with only a few dozen people on their side. After the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was rescued, Feng Ying immediately moved to block the hatch. She slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen who came her way, allowing Yang Kai to move freely and display his abilities. Roaming around the battlefield with purifying light blooming from his hands, he helped the Black Ink disciples return to their true natures. Every Black Ink disciple he rescued was equivalent to increasing the strength of his side while simultaneously weakening the strength of the enemy. As the battle dragged on, they gradually gained the upper hand. There was something else that delighted Yang Kai. Aside from the Xiaoyu feudal lord and the 7th Order Black Ink disciple accompanying the former, the large ship did not seem to contain any other personnel who could rival a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. As a result, the situation became better and better for them. Now that the 7th Order Black Ink disciple had been rescued, there was no need for further discussion. He immediately understood what he needed to do and cooperated with Yang Kai to subdue the remaining Black Ink disciples. The Black Ink clansmen died at a steady pace. Unfortunately, Black Ink's strength that dissipated from the corpses was extremely troublesome to deal with. This couldn't be helped. Although the Black Ink disciples had been rescued by Yang Kai, they could easily be corrupted by Black Ink's strength once more. Therefore, they had to avoid Black Ink's strength at all times. Some who had their small universe invaded by Black Ink's strength again had no choice but to rush to Yang Kai's side and ask for treatment. Naturally, Yang Kai did not refuse anybody who came to him. During the 2 years he served under Nguyen, Yang Kai had learned quite a lot about the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples even though he had been living in disguise. As such, he knew that almost all of the Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength had sacrificed parts of their small universe at least twice before they were converted. The first time they were eroded by the Black Ink's strength, they would always choose to sacrifice a part of their small universe to preserve their sense of self. If he had not chosen to commit suicide back then and instead leave with Yang Kai, he might have been able to survive. Be that as it may, he had resolutely chosen to sacrifice himself because there was always a chance that something detrimental might happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4940, It's a Trap. Meng Qi had been worried that he might become corrupted by the Black Ink strength again. If that were to happen, the secret of the Void Corridor would definitely be exposed and the 3,000 worlds would be invaded by the Black Ink clan army. He had not dared to take any chances so long as even the slightest possibility existed. Thus, he had chosen to sacrifice his life instead. Although Yang Kai understood the reason behind those actions, he could not help feeling regretful whenever he came across similar situations and remembered Meng Qi. Other than Yang Kai, nobody else in this world knew that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Exquisite Paradise had sacrificed his life in order to protect a secret related to the safety of the 3,000 worlds. As a matter of fact, countless human masters had risked their lives on the Black Ink battlefield since ancient times. Who among them had not given blood and life to stop the invasion of the Black Ink clan? Be that as it may, with the exception of the elders and elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, most of the people in the 3,000 worlds were not even aware of the Black Ink clan's existence. The cave heavens and paradises had contributed greatly to the 3,000 worlds. "We've got movement," a low voice sounded inside the Black Ink cloud. The others who were resting nearby quickly opened their eyes and focused their senses outside. Sure enough, they discovered movement. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly entered the range of their perception. Not only were there as many as 500 people in the approaching group, but several Black Ink feudal lords were leading it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged a glance with each other and noticed the eagerness in the other's eyes. During this period of time, everybody had carried out numerous acts of intercepting the enemy, so it could be said that they had long since gotten accustomed to such acts. In fact, this large group of Black Ink clansmen looked like nothing more than a delectable piece of meat in their eyes. With their current lineup, they were perfectly capable of destroying this enemy. Most importantly, there were many Black Ink disciples among this group of enemies. If they could successfully rescue these Black Ink disciples, they would further increase their strength. In the beginning, if they had encountered such a group of enemies, they could only choose to make a temporary retreat. There was no helping it as the difference in numbers was too great. In contrast, even though they currently only seemed to have 5 people on the surface, the truth was that they each contained many helpers in their respective small universes. It was only natural for them to eye these enemies with relish. Something is wrong, Yang Kai suddenly scowled. What's wrong? The person who asked the question was an elderly-looking man. He was one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who introduced himself as Chi Tai Chu of Yuan Origin Paradise. Their direction is wrong. Yang Kai shook his head. Upon hearing those words, another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Ning Chi Ji of Red Sun Paradise agreed. That's right. Why is a Black Ink army coming from that direction? During this period, all the Black Ink clansmen they intercepted had been heading towards the front lines of the battlefield from the Black Ink clan's territory. However, this group of enemies came from the opposite direction. From the looks of it, they seemed to have retreated from the front lines of the battlefield. Did they finish fighting on the front lines? Shen Ao raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, then it was good news. They would only need to wait for the Black Ink clan army to retreat, and then they could make the return trip. There was no need to continue hiding and sneaking around. It's too quick. Feng Ying slowly shook her head. When has the Black Ink clan's attack not lasted at least a decade or two? There are times when they even attack for hundreds of years without stopping. How could they possibly retreat so quickly? Then why did this group return? Could they be escorting something? They whispered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions. Even so, none of them could provide a reasonable answer. The enemy was approaching closer and closer, so if they did not make a move now, they would miss the opportunity to do so. Seeing this, Ning Qiji asked, "Are we attacking or not?" All of them turned to look at Feng Ying. Although she was a woman, she was also the strongest among them. Moreover, all of them were jointly rescued by her and Yang Kai, so it was only natural for her to take command. Feng Ying turned towards Yang Kai with an inquiring glance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. It's probably okay to attack, but we should be extra careful. If you think that something is wrong, retreat immediately. She nodded in agreement. In that case, let's move. The moment the words left her mouth, she took the lead and rushed out of the Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed suit. As usual, when the 5 figures emerged from the Black Ink cloud, the Black Ink clan noticed them immediately and turned to look in their direction. The leading Black Ink feudal lords exchanged glances with each other, showing suspicious and puzzled expressions. One of them immediately raised his hand to stop the forward motion of the group they were leading. Then, they quietly waited for the 5 figures to approach. Although they did not seem to be on guard against the 5 approaching figures, it was not due to a lack of vigilance. The main reason was that no ordinary human cultivator would conceal themselves inside a Black Ink cloud. Those who dared to hide inside a Black Ink cloud without fear of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength were definitely already Black Ink disciples. Besides, they had hundreds of people on their side while Yang Kai's party only had 5. The gap in their numbers was too great. Those were the same reasons why Yang Kai and the others could repeatedly approach their enemies in such a bold fashion and succeed in their sneak attacks. The distance between both parties grew closer and closer, so much so that they could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed at something. A long sword appeared in her grip, and she immediately slid her finger across the blade of her sword. Following a surge of world force, a crisp humming sound reverberated throughout the void. Thousands of sword waves appeared behind her, twisting and converging to form a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon in an instant. The human cultivators also suffered some casualties, but their losses were within the acceptable range. Martial uncles and martial aunts, this junior brother has important information to report. While they were counting their losses on the battlefield, somebody walked over to Feng Ying and the others with a young man in tow. Yang Kai turned to look at the young man and recognized him as one of the Black Ink disciples he rescued earlier. Feng Ying looked at the young man and asked, "What information?" The young man solemnly cupped his fist. "Martial Ant, this is a trap. We cannot stay here for long." She frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Explain clearly." He thus explained, "I don't know much, but the Black Ink clan seems to have noticed something strange. They believe that a small team of human cultivators are causing havoc in the rear, so they dispatched some people to launch a search. They intend to locate and eliminate the hidden team. We were merely one of the search teams. There are another 7 or 8 teams in the vicinity. As soon as they discover something, they will immediately communicate with each other to provide support. Although you moved very quickly just now, Martial Ant, the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan are probably on the way. Moreover, I overheard several Black Ink clansmen mention that this operation is being overseen by a territory lord." The expression of Feng Ying and the others immediately became grim. All the doubts and illogical occurrences from before were clarified at this moment. Shen Ao pounded his fist against his palm and gritted his teeth. "I was wondering why this group was retreating from the front lines. It turns out that they have noticed our movements." Ning Qizi frowned. "Although we've always wiped out the enemy without fail, the Black Ink clan has suffered quite a heavy loss recently. It was only a matter of time before we were discovered, but I never imagined that they would respond so quickly." The Black Ink clansmen who should have headed to the front lines had repeatedly failed to arrive on the battlefield. 1 or 2 people might have gone unnoticed, but it was impossible for thousands to simply be overlooked. This war began because the human masters had raided the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed a number of the Black Ink clan's territories along the way. Therefore, it was not strange for the Black Ink clan to suspect that a small team of human masters were causing havoc in the rear. This particular Black Ink clan team had been ordered to perform a search of this region. Under normal circumstances, they would have been on guard when they encountered these 5 people, but Feng Ying and the others had emerged from within the Black Ink cloud, which caused the Black Ink clansmen to mistakenly assume that they were Black Ink disciples. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-41, Escape Towards the Rear. What's more, the one presiding over this matter was a Black Ink territory lord. That was in existence on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they ran into a master of that caliber, nobody could be his opponent. Upon learning the seriousness of the issue, they did not dare to delay any longer. They quickly prepared for departure and hastily left the scene after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered all the other cultivators into their small universes. Their swift response allowed them to safely make their escape. Not to mention, the Black Ink clan did not expect the Black Ink disciples who originally belonged to them to leak their information to the enemy. An hour later, the group of 5 hid inside another Black Ink cloud and quietly focused their minds to conceal their auras. They did not dare to act rashly and instead laid low inside the Black Ink cloud for the next half-month. From time to time, they would detect hundreds of Black Ink clansmen passing by in the vicinity. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was searching for them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan only managed to infer that the enemy was a small team of human cultivators causing havoc at the rear. They did not know who these people were or how many people were involved. Every time Yang Kai and the others made a move, they would ruthlessly wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen they encountered, so it was only natural that their information was not spread to the Black Ink clan. In any case, the thought that the enemy was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud would never occur to the Black Ink clan. That was also why they failed to discover their targets despite searching very thoroughly and even passing by the spot where Yang Kai and the others were hiding a number of times. On the flip side, the group of 5 were no longer free to take action as they pleased. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had created a safe area inside the Black Ink cloud, so they could hide without worrying about being corroded by the Black Ink strength. Although they were safe for the time being, hiding like this was not a viable long-term strategy. The Black Ink clan had failed to obtain results after searching for so long, so there was no saying whether they would begin to investigate the situation inside the black ink clouds as a result. If they were to do so, then Yang Kai and the others would not be able to remain hidden for much longer. It would only be a matter of time before their whereabouts were exposed. At that time, they would fall into a situation where they could no longer take the initiative. Inside the black ink cloud, Feng Ying looked at the others with a solemn expression. It's time to take a risk. Ning Qizhi frowned. Senior Sister Feng, what do you mean? She turned back to look at the front lines. Aiming for stealth will only make our situation more and more difficult. I want to try and see if we can return to the Great Pass. What do you think? Everybody fell silent for some time. They were once black ink disciples corrupted by black ink strength. Having served the black ink clan as servants for so long, it had been a long time since they returned to the great passes guarded by the human race. What they wanted more than anything in the world was to return. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, they could not return just because they wanted to. There was bound to be a certain degree of risk involved. Shen Ao said, "The Black Ink clan has already been alerted to our presence, so choosing to remain here will not be beneficial to us. Although we don't have many on our side, our numbers are not few. If we can find a suitable opportunity, we might be able to forge a path through the Black Ink clan army. We still stand a chance to return." Chi Tai Chu nodded in agreement. I agree. When they looked up, they saw a rich darkness approaching them at a high speed from the direction where the aura originated. A territory lord. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, shouted suddenly. Her expression instantaneously changed drastically. What made her speechless was that the Black Ink territory lord gave her an extremely familiar feeling. If she remembered correctly, he was the one who tried to corrupt her with his black ink strength previously. At the time, he had poured his black ink strength into her, and thinking that he had successfully corrupted her, he then rushed off to the battlefield after briefly instructing her to follow once she recovered her strength. How could he have known that one of the human masters had planted a secret technique inside Feng Ying's small universe that allowed her to resist the black ink strength corruption once? In the end, Feng Ying killed Nu Yen as soon as she recovered. She initially thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again, but who knew that he would be the one overseeing the search for their whereabouts? If the five of them had noticed the territory lord, then it was a given that the territory lord had also noticed them. It was just that they were too far apart, so nobody could do anything to the other yet. A look of hesitation flashed across Feng Ying's face. She was one of the strongest among the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and was only one step away from advancing to the Eighth Order. On the other hand, Shen Ao and the other two had recently consumed profound Yin spirit fruits. Their small universes had been repaired, so their strength was no longer compromised. If the four of them joined hands to fight the territory lord, they might stand a chance against him. Even if they were not his opponents, they would not suffer a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, this was not the time to pick a fight with a Black Ink territory lord. The Black Ink clan army was closing in on them from all sides, and it would be difficult for them to escape if they were encircled. That was why Feng Ying shouted after a moment of hesitation, "Let's go." She took the lead and sped in a certain direction. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed. The territory lord chased after them like maggots on rotting bones. Moreover, his speed was strangely fast. Despite their best efforts, the distance between them continued to shrink. At this rate, it would not take longer than a few days before the enemy caught up to them and a massive battle became unavoidable. To make matters worse, the Black Ink clan had regrouped and formed several hundred-man teams that blocked the way ahead. Although the five of them discovered this situation early, they had no other option but to change directions and take detours that delayed their escape. After several days of repetition, a look of despair appeared on the faces of Feng Ying and the others. Leaving aside the territory lord who was gradually closing in on them, the encirclement by the Black Ink clan's teams had forced them into a corner where they could not take a step forward. They could only keep running around in a fixed region. Unfortunately, as the encirclement shrank steadily, there was less and less space for them to maneuver. If this situation were to continue, they would eventually become a turtle hiding in its shell. During the chase, Feng Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, desperately trying to think of a solution. It did not matter if the rest of them died here, but the loss would be far too heavy if they failed to send Yang Kai back. The abilities he wielded were vital to the human race's war effort. Just as her thoughts were swirling around in her head, Yang Kai suddenly looked at her. "Senior, we should flee towards the rear." She glanced in the direction he was pointing and shook her head. Although there is a gap in that direction, it is obviously part of the Black Ink Clan's plan. We would be playing right into their hands if we did that. Even for us, that will be nothing more than a futile struggle prolonging our deaths. They came from the Black Ink Clan hinterland in the first place, so wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain if they were to go back there now? Yang Kai insisted, "I have a way to get us out of this situation. Please trust me." "You have a way?" Feng Ying was astonished by his proposal. Similarly, Xianxia and the others looked at him in surprise. In this situation, it could be said that they were at the end of their rope. Their only option was to fight their way out. Even they were helpless, so how could he have a solution? "What is your solution?" Ning Qiji couldn't help asking. Yang Kai shook his head. "You will understand later. There's no need to inquire further, senior." Ning Qiji smacked his lips and said nothing. Feng Ying hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. "Good." Taking the lead to turn around, she sped towards the rear. The others had no choice but to follow her and change their direction. At this point, they were truly heading towards a dead end. Not knowing Yang Kai's plan, they couldn't help feeling rather anxious. The Black Ink Clan clearly did not expect the human cultivators to make such a decision. Seeing that the other party was heading deeper into Black Ink Clan territory, they quickly gave chase. Meanwhile, the territory lord in the lead sneered coldly. From his point of view, these damned human cultivators were simply prolonging their deaths. As long as he could catch up to them, he would show them just how powerful he was. During the chase, the territory lord's oppressive aura grew closer and closer while the expressions on the faces of Feng Ying and the others turned ugly. Half a day later, Ning Qizi lost his patience. "Little brother, if you have a plan, then you should act now. It will be too late if you don't. If you don't have a solution, then be honest with us. If we put our lives on the line, we might even be able to kill that territory lord." Killing a territory lord was far-fetched as his strength was not just for show after all. Even so, they could injure him to a certain extent. After listening to those words, Yang Kai looked behind him. The territory lord was almost upon them, and if he closed the gap any further, he would be able to start attacking them. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately nodded, "It's about time." His figure stopped moving all of a sudden. Feng Ying and the others quickly came to a stop. Caught off guard by his actions, they quickly turned to look back at him. He had just witnessed the death of the territory lord, but if that was a trick of the Black Ink Clan, wasn't the price a little too high? Who would use the life of a territory lord to lure out humans? Moreover, Feng Ying and the others were still fighting desperately against the Black Ink Clan at this moment. Following the death of the territory lord, numerous figures abruptly appeared around Feng Ying's team. The original lineup formed from just a handful of people instantly turned into a large group of several hundred people. It was obvious that those figures were humans, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan was caught completely off guard and instantly suffered great casualties. That was no deception. Martial Uncle Zhong stopped tending to his wounds and stood up. With a wave of his hand, he opened a hole in the shields and shouted, "Quickly come with me to provide support." He fully believed that Feng Ying was not corrupted by black ink strength after witnessing the death of the Territory Lord. Besides, if the Territory Lord overseeing that region was dead, then the human race could gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. This was an extraordinary achievement. Martial Uncle Zhong could no longer sit back and do nothing with such an opportunity lying right before him. After saying that, Martial Uncle Zhong took the lead and charged forward. Countless streams of lights quickly followed behind him. Once they left, the hole in the shield quickly sealed shut again to prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking inside. At the rear of the battlefield, Xianxia grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he shouted, "I'll live." When he unleashed the purifying light on the Territory Lord just now, he had been sent flying by the enemy's backhand. He would have been severely injured if he had not retreated quickly and lessened the impact. Even so, the vitality in his body was churning violently. It was inevitable that he sustained some injuries. In any case, he was also lucky that Xianxia had caught him in a timely manner, otherwise, he would have been sent flying directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. It would have been difficult for him to get away safely if that were to happen. Martial Ant Feng is amazing, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the Territory Lord had been shaken by the purifying light, it was the might of Feng Ying's sword dragon that really sealed the deal. The power of her divine manifestation was so terrifying that even the Territory Lord died instantly after being caught up in her attack. Nevertheless, it was only possible because the Territory Lord was severely wounded in the first place. If he had been in his peak condition, Feng Ying would not have succeeded. "You are amazing too." Xianxia's expression was full of approval. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan army continued their pursuit, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing that everybody else was safe, Yang Kai, who was bringing up the rear, abruptly spun around. His 20,000-meter-long dragon body was armed with the 10,000-meter-long Azure Dragon Spear. With a single wide sweep, the Black Ink clan charging forward was cut down as easily as though he was harvesting wheat, and a large area in the void was swept clean in an instant. Yang Kai was not finished yet as a dragon roar shook the skies. The Grand Dragon shook its head and flicked its tail before slamming directly into the Black Ink clan army to carry out a massacre. What happened just now had vexed him greatly. While protecting hundreds of his allies from danger in his Grand Dragon form, Yang Kai could only endure being attacked passively. There were few opportunities for him to fight back, and as a result, his enormous body had been reduced to tatters. Now that he no longer had to worry about others, it was only natural for him to go on a rampage. After transforming into his Grand Dragon form, his strength was on par with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, he was not afraid of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. In this environment, as long as he didn't face a Territory Lord, he could be said to be invincible. The dragon and his spear roamed the ink-colored void freely, fighting from one end to the other. Looking at him from Blue Sky Pass, they could only see a 20,000-meter-long strip of gold navigating through the pitch-black darkness like a fish in water. The contrast between the colors was striking. Yang Kai's dragon form was enormous, his dragon pressure was imposing, and he even wielded a 10,000-meter-long spear in his dragon claws. The sight of him was truly a little excessive. With just the strength of a single dragon, the Black Ink clan army that had already been disrupted suddenly lost ground and sustained heavy losses within a short span of time. Martial Uncle Zhong had originally planned to return to Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, he could not walk away just like that after what Yang Kai did. He turned to look back, his brow twitching violently at the sight. Then he questioned Feng Ying, Where did this dragon come from? Feng Ying did not know how to explain. If she had to be honest, she herself only just learned that Yang Kai was part of the dragon clan. Throughout their journey together, Yang Kai had shocked her so many times that she was practically numb to surprises regarding him, but just now he had revealed himself to be part of the dragon clan. She had been shocked once more. In response to Martial Uncle Zhong's question, she could only answer, "I don't know where he comes from either. I met him deep inside the Black Ink clan's domain. It's a long story." Martial Uncle Zhong grimaced slightly. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-46, Entering the Great Pass. It could be said that the warships played a huge role in the reason why the humans managed to persevere for so long on the Black Ink battlefield. They were the most effective means to resist the corrosion of Black Ink's strength after all. It was not as though the Black Ink clan had never thought of getting their hands on a warship before. The truth was that they also yearned to refine warships for themselves. However, a warship was not something that could be refined by just any random person. The Black Ink clan simply did not have any talented individuals who could refine a proper warship for them. Every single cultivator proficient in artifact refining was carefully protected by the various great passes. No matter the situation, these cultivators would never be allowed to step foot onto the battlefield. As long as they never entered the battlefield, they would not be corrupted by the Black Ink clan. In that way, they would never be converted into Black Ink disciples who would help the Black Ink clan refine a warship. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan fought each other ferociously on the battlefield. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan army managed to fight back against the human race to a certain extent. Be that as it may, the balance of the battle slowly tilted with the passing of time. The clash of the warships and the agile movements of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters eventually brought a crushing defeat to the Black Ink clan army. As a result, many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives with every passing moment. In such an environment, the strength of an individual no longer influenced the circumstances of the overall situation. It was only by uniting together that the outcome of the war could be determined. On that point, the Black Ink clan in this particular sector of the battlefield was currently leaderless and lacked coordination. In contrast, the human race advanced in an orderly manner and supported each other in battle. Less than an hour later, the Black Ink clan army had lost more than half of their forces. There had been many feudal lords who could direct and command the Black Ink clan in battle, but Martial Uncle Zhong viciously targeted and eliminated them. The Black Ink clan army eventually fell into utter chaos after Martial Uncle Zhong killed more than a dozen feudal lords in succession. Under the brutal onslaught of the humans, they were steadily forced to retreat while leaving behind a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had gone on a wild rampage after transforming into his Grand Dragon form. He made his way through the ranks of the Black Ink clan army with his spear in hand, charging forward wherever there were enemies. Countless Black Ink clansmen died to his Azure Dragon spear, and the murderous intent around him had intensified over time until it was almost tangible. Everywhere he passed, the Black Ink clansmen quickly scrambled to get out of his way. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard the deep sound of a horn entering his ears. It was immediately followed by a gentle but firm voice beside him, "Yang Kai, let's go." He looked up only to see the pale-faced Feng Ying calling out to him from within her battered sword dragon. Using her divine manifestation against the Black Ink clan for such a long period had truly exhausted her. He shook his enormous head slightly to clear his mind, then he turned around and rushed towards her. Casually swinging the Azure Dragon spear in front of him, he helped to eliminate the group of Black Ink clansmen around her. "Go where?" he asked in a thunderous voice. Feng Ying looked at the enormous Grand Dragon head with a complicated gaze. She could clearly sense the terrifying murderous intent radiating from his body. She did not know how many Black Ink clansmen he had killed to amass such horrifying momentum, but the murderous intent prickled her skin with a sense of cold as though it was something tangible. "It's time to go back," she explained. Yang Kai looked around him and abruptly realized that the human army had begun to retreat after the horn sounded. It would seem that the horn was the signal to retreat. Since the army was withdrawing, he could not stay behind alone even though he had not killed enough to satisfy him. Thus, he immediately nodded lightly in response. One big and one small, the two dragons chased after the human race army and sped towards Blue Sky Pass. It was just that Yang Kai's transformation into a grand dragon stemmed from his dragon vein, while Feng Ying's transformation came from casting her sword dragon divine manifestation. Along the way, they did not run into any notable obstacles, and the occasional Black Ink clansman in their path was swiftly dispatched by them. The defensive barrier around Blue Sky Pass had already been opened and the warships rushed inside, one after another. Meanwhile, Martial Uncle Zhong waited outside until he met up with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Then he entered together with them. Afterwards, the barrier sealed shut to isolate the inside from the outside. Yang Kai dismissed his dragon form and turned to look back with a regretful expression. "We could have wiped them out." The Black Ink clan army had been unable to put up an effective defense just now, and the human army was enjoying great momentum. In his opinion, it was perfectly possible for them to clean up all the remaining Black Ink clansmen on that battlefield. Therefore, he did not understand why they signaled the retreat and allowed this opportunity slip out of their fingers for no reason. Feng Ying stood beside him and slowly shook her head. "The Black Ink clan reinforcements from the other battlefields are coming. Besides, the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Not to mention, the current environment is not suitable for our allies to fight." As if to confirm her statements, Yang Kai saw that the Black Ink clan reinforcements were approaching from multiple directions and their numbers were not few. Hence, he immediately realized something. If the human army had not retreated in time and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan reinforcements, their advantageous position would have been immediately reversed. Furthermore, there was the situation on the battlefield at this moment. Due to the deaths of countless Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength released from their corpses had formed Black Ink clouds of varying sizes throughout the void. While he was not afraid of these Black Ink clouds, even Seventh Order masters could not fight in such an environment for long periods of time despite having a certain degree of resistance to the corrosion. This environment was certainly very disadvantageous to the human race. After understanding this point, he couldn't help grimacing slightly. The overall environment in the Black Ink battlefield was too unfavorable towards humans. It was amazing how they had persistently defended the Great Passes for so many years and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. "Are you all right?" Feng Ying asked in concern. Shen Ao and the others were observing Yang Kai with still slightly stunned expressions, as though they had seen a ghost during the day. The main reason was that Yang Kai's previous performance had stood out too much. Since they first became acquainted with him, it was not until today that they learned he was a grand dragon. The sight of the 20,000-meter-long golden dragon form carrying out a brutal massacre in the pitch-black darkness had left a great visual impact on them. More importantly, Yang Kai had used his body to protect hundreds of their allies when he transformed into a grand dragon earlier. As a result, he had suffered innumerable attacks from the Black Ink clan army. Now that he returned to his human form, it could be said that he was covered in wounds. There was not a spot on his exposed skin that was unscathed, and his clothes were dyed in his brilliant golden blood. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." For him, he was fine as long as he did not suffer a fatal wound. As a dragonkin, he had an inherently strong restorative ability in the first place. Combined with the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, in terms of recovery, nobody in this universe would dare to call themselves the best if he claimed to be second best. Although his injuries looked extremely bad at the moment, they would only take a few days to heal. While the others were speaking, Martial Uncle Zhong walked over in large strides and came to a stop in front of Yang Kai. He briefly swept his gaze over Yang Kai before patting his shoulder with a look of approval. "Very good." Everything Yang Kai did earlier had not escaped his notice, so it was only natural that he was very impressed with Yang Kai's performance. Nevertheless, he had some doubts in his heart. It was rumored that the Dragon Clan was very arrogant. Even though they were responsible for guarding the no-return pass, they never bothered to be friendly towards the human race. In fact, they always gave off the feeling that they were better than others. Unexpectedly, from what he saw so far, Yang Kai's attitude did not seem to match the rumors. If anybody told him that a Dragon Clan member would use their own body to shield humans, he would never have believed such words a few days ago. Feng Ying introduced them. Yang Kai, this is Zhong Liang of Blue Sky Paradise. Martial Uncle Zhong is the person in charge of this sector of the battlefield. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets Senior Zhong. How polite. Zhong Liang raised his brow. The feeling that Yang Kai was very different from the dragons that he heard about in the rumors grew stronger. Nevertheless, he said nothing and simply nodded in acknowledgement. We can finish our talk later. Let's get inside first. He had many questions that needed answers from Feng Ying. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the back with a suspicious look. What are they doing? After entering Blue Sky Pass, the people hiding inside the warships came out only to crowd around this area in small groups. Many of them stared at Yang Kai and whispered among themselves. It was clear that Yang Kai's performance on the battlefield when he transformed into a grand dragon had surprised them. There was an enormous gate at the front of this area and Yang Kai could not see what was beyond it. All he could see was a group of 100 entering the gateway, followed by another group of 100 a short while later. In this way, the cycle kept repeating over and over. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-47, This is a misunderstanding. Various orange and red rays of light wandered and moved about in the spirit array. Not only were they numerous, but they also moved as though they were alive. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly at the sight. He could tell that this spirit array was the key to the inspection process. Moreover, he also detected the auras of several Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding in the shadows outside the spirit array and silently observing the people inside. He could clearly sense the wariness radiating from the people who were gathered around the spirit array. They were secretly urging their world force as though they were ready to attack at any time should any abnormalities occur. These people were probably the human masters responsible for guarding and monitoring this place. Everybody stood quietly inside the spirit array. During that time, the orange and red rays of light wandered over towards them. It didn't take long before every one of them was enveloped by the orange and red rays of light. Under the illumination of these lights, their expressions seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, nothing unusual happened to the others. Only the light enveloping Yang Kai suddenly flickered several times and turned from orange to pitch black in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yang Kai. The look in Zhong Liang's eyes sharpened, and his murderous intent blazed strongly. Meanwhile, the hidden figures who had been guarding and monitoring the area surrounding the spirit array came forward in unison. They instantly surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a breath of air could pass through them unnoticed. In the midst of their haste, they also formed seals with their hands and the person in the lead shouted, "Seal!" Immediately after that, he summoned many delicate and tiny artifacts specially created for this situation. These artifacts hovered around Yang Kai in all directions and seemed to be connected to each other. With a surge of energy, they turned the space around Yang Kai into a cage and trapped him inside. Everyone secretly breathed out a sigh of relief once everything was done. Even so, the cultivators in charge of guarding the spirit array remained vigilant. It had been a long time since a similar incident took place. The last incident happened several hundred years ago. A black ink disciple had snuck into this place and activated a secret technique that caused him to self-destruct. Although his death did not cause great losses to the humans, the black ink strength that remained after his death had been very troublesome. It had taken Blue Sky Pass painstaking effort just to remove the remaining black ink strength. The same thing had occurred today. It was fortunate that every single Great Pass had since taken precautions against such incidents, so they responded in a timely manner. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall immediately became solemn. "Stop!" Feng Ying shouted anxiously, "This is a misunderstanding." The people guarding the spirit array ignored her and vigilantly kept a watch on Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there with his head lowered, studying the pitch-black light covering his body. He had some guesses about what was happening, therefore he immediately raised his hands and stood there quietly to indicate that he would not act rashly. Zhong Liang calmly stared at Yang Kai for a moment before he turned to look at Feng Ying. "What do you mean?" Feng Ying shot a look at Yang Kai. It was a signal asking him to remain calm. Quickly walking over to Zhong Liang, she sent him a divine sense transmission. "Martial Uncle Zhong, I can guarantee that Yang Kai is not a black ink disciple." "How can you guarantee that?" "The revealing black ink array has reacted to him." All of a sudden, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "How lucky! The women of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven are quite a catch." Generally speaking, the female disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises would not marry outside their respective sects. However, if an individual had outstanding aptitude, the cave heavens and paradises would not hesitate to win these individuals over. Yang Kai's various performances had not escaped Zhong Liang's notice. This boy was truly outstanding. In Zhong Liang's opinion, it was not strange for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven to use the marriage of their female disciples as a means to win over a rising star like Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai was not just marrying a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple but two Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples, one of which was a core disciple. If he knew, he would have been shocked. There are also some people from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven here at Blue Sky Pass. I'll introduce you to them if I get the chance." Zhong Liang said casually. "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said curiously, "Isn't Blue Sky Pass the great pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise? Why are there people from other cave heavens and paradises here?" This was something he noticed earlier. Some of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who appeared on the battlefield earlier were clearly not from Blue Sky Paradise. He could tell because their divine abilities and secret techniques clearly came from other cave heavens and paradises. Zhong Liang replied, "Blue Sky Pass is indeed named after Blue Sky Paradise, and the one overseeing Blue Sky Pass is an old ancestor from Blue Sky Paradise. Be that as it may, the people here come from all over the 3,000 worlds. In fact, there are people from almost every cave heaven or paradise here. How could there only be people from Blue Sky Paradise? You should know that every cave heaven and paradise has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only with sincere cooperation can we bring together each other's strengths and make up for our respective weaknesses. That is the case at Blue Sky Pass and all other great passes." After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It would seem that his previous understanding had been flawed. Zhong Liang furrowed his brow slightly at that moment as he muttered, "You don't seem to have much knowledge about the great passes." Logically speaking, as long as a person resided in any of the great passes for a few days, they would naturally learn about such common knowledge. However, Yang Kai's behavior seemed to indicate that this was his first time at one of the great passes. Yang Kai quietly said, "I will be truthful, senior. I am mostly ignorant about the great passes. Moreover, this is also my first time coming to one of the great passes." Zhong Liang was astonished. "How can that be? If that's the case, then how were you captured by the Black Ink clan?" Yang Kai responded affirmatively, then he followed Zhong Liang into the hall. The noise inside the hall died down abruptly. Many people turned to stare at them in astonishment, wondering why Zhong Liang had captured and brought a black ink disciple here. "Brother Zhong, you're finally here," somebody remarked. "I've made you wait," Zhong Liang cupped his fist apologetically. "It's just that this is a very important matter, so I had to take some time to prepare." While speaking, he threw the black ink disciple in his grasp to the ground. The black ink disciple might have been placed under a seal, but his movements were unimpeded. Thus, he quickly stood up and looked around cautiously. Everybody in the room was also scrutinizing the black ink disciple. All the people present in this room were 8th Order masters, so this black ink disciple did not pose any threat to them. Be that as it may, they had a vague guess that Zhong Liang's announcement had something to do with the black ink disciples. There was no need for him to capture one otherwise. "What is going on, Brother Zhong? Can't you tell us now? The front lines are still fighting. It will be a problem if we remain here for too long," somebody urged. Zhong Liang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, somebody else suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Brother Zhong, before you begin, there is something I want to confirm." Zhong Liang turned to look in that direction and nodded. "Please speak, Brother Tian." Likewise, Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person who spoke earlier was the same person who was staring intently at him earlier. At the time, he had the feeling that this person's gaze contained some sort of deeper meaning, but could not be sure. It would now seem that his guess was correct. He recalled that Feng Ying had introduced this person as Tian Xiaozhu of Shihi Paradise. Tian Xiaozhu said, "I heard a message from a disciple under my command claiming that the revealing black ink array had reacted to a certain individual when a group of people entered the inner sanctum earlier. However, you insisted on bringing him into the inner sanctum. Is that true, Brother Zhong?" Zhong Liang frowned slightly. He knew that the person who sent the message was most likely one of the people guarding the revealing black ink array. Even so, he could not blame the other party. They were simply carrying out their duties. Unable to prevent him from bringing Yang Kai into the inner sanctum when he insisted, they could only send a message to the ancestors of their respective cave heavens and paradises to ask them to investigate and determine the truth of the incident. "It looks like I won't be able to keep this matter hidden anymore." Zhong Liang smacked his lips. "I had hoped to avoid attracting trouble, but it looks like I won't be able to avoid this issue." In the end, he nodded. "It's true." Seeing his admission, somebody exclaimed in astonishment, "If the revealing black ink array reacted, that can only mean that they have black ink strength in their body. That person is a black ink disciple. How can you bring such a person into the inner sanctum, Brother Zhong? Could it be this person?" That person glanced at the black ink disciple that Zhong Liang had just brought in. Tian Xiaozhu shook his head. "It's not this black ink disciple. If my guess is correct, that person should have been him. Am I right?" While speaking, he glanced towards Yang Kai, who was standing next to Zhong Liang. Yang Kai bowed politely. "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." Many people studied Yang Kai curiously. Some people seemed confused while others seemed thoughtful. Zhong Liang sighed softly and looked at Tian Xiaozhu. "Brother Tian, what are you trying to say?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4951, Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. Thanks to Feng Ying's secret introductions earlier, Yang Kai had memorized the identity of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. This person was Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Lu. Yang Kai had originally planned to visit this person when he had the time. Now that the situation had come to this, he could only reveal his identity in advance. Luan raised his brow, looking extremely surprised. He had not expected Yang Kai to be part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Even if Yang Kai was not born in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, the fact that he could marry 2 Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect would not have allowed the 2 disciples to marry him. Everybody else was also extremely flabbergasted. It turned out that the little brat standing in front of them was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Not only was he not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, but he was also only in the sixth order open heaven realm. How did he come to the black ink battlefield? Even if he was a yin-yang cave heaven son-in-law, there was no such precedent throughout history. In the black ink battlefield, all the cultivators in the seventh order open heaven realm and below were the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises exclusively. Only a few of the high-rank open heaven realm masters were from outside sects. They had been forcefully dispatched to the black ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises. Knowing that Yang Kai was part of yin-yang cave heaven, Lu An's expression immediately became much friendlier. He nodded lightly and asked, "Whose disciple did you marry?" He was not asking out of simple curiosity. Words were useless without proof. There was a need to verify the truth in case Yang Kai turned out to be lying. If he believed those lies blindly and something were to happen in the future, it was yin-yang cave heaven's reputation that would suffer a heavy blow. Yang Kai replied, "The disciples that this junior married are the legacy disciple under Su Linggong and the legacy disciple under Xianxia." Lu An murmured, "So it was Su and Chen boy." If Yang Kai had mentioned the names of Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, there was a possibility that he would not have recognized them. After all, it had been a long time since Lu An came to the black ink battlefield. The two women might not have even been born yet when he left the sect. However, Lu An recalled the names of Su Linggong and Chen Xiu to some extent. That was especially true for the person called Su Linggong. Although Su Linggong was nothing more than a rising star in the sect who had yet to advance into the open heaven realm when Lu An left the sect, he was already being trained and nurtured as a core disciple at the time. Furthermore, Lu An heard that Su Linggong joined the black ink battlefield several decades ago. It was just that Su Linggong did not come to Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for him to verify these facts. Listening to the conversation between those two, the others could basically confirm that Yang Kai was indeed part of yin-yang cave heaven. Somebody immediately cupped his fist at Lu An and said, "What a blessing, Brother Lu." "Congratulations, Brother Lu." Despite the congratulatory words, Lu An did not seem happy. He simply smiled bitterly while shaking his head and waving away their congratulatory wishes. On the other hand, the frown on Zhong Liang's face deepened. Yang Kai, was it? Among the congratulatory wishes, somebody spoke up suddenly. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the voice belonged to Tian Xiuzhu. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed, "Yes." "What order were you when you first advanced into the open heaven realm?" Tian Xiuzhu asked. Martial Peak, Chapter 4952, this junior can advance to the 8th order. No matter who was faced with such a situation, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Therefore, Zhong Liang was quite impressed by Yang Kai's reaction. It was true that Yang Kai did not feel any resentment. He could understand that Tian Xiuzhu's actions were not aimed at him. Rather, Tian Xiuzhu's actions and words came from a place of righteousness. In order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi was willing to sacrifice his own life. In comparison, how could Yang Kai not endure such insignificant grievance? "Yang Kai, this is for the greater good of the human race," Tian Xiuzhu earnestly persuaded. Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, he thought that the former was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, though, the willingness of the other party did not matter. This was how such matters had been handled since ancient times. It was a given that those who stepped foot into the black ink battlefield had to put their individual lives aside. Therefore, he believed that Yang Kai would eventually come around. Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior, you have misunderstood. This junior is not an unreasonable person. You have made yourself very clear, So how can this junior not understand? Tian Xiaozhu nodded in relief. It's good that you understand. But Yang Kai changed the subject. From what you mentioned earlier, senior, this junior will not need to offer up the world spring if I can advance to the 8th order open heaven realm in the future, correct? For him, offering up the world spring would definitely cause some damage to his small universe. Although a profound Een spirit fruit could repair his small universe, he would no longer be able to ignore the corrosion of black ink strength. That would be extremely dangerous on the black ink battlefield. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the human race. Had the cave heavens and paradises not made far more sacrifices for the human race throughout the ages? They had silently waged war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless eons and invested unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources into the effort. It could be said that the stability of the 3,000 worlds was inseparable from the contributions of the cave heavens and paradises. In the safe and stable environment behind them were Yang Kai's subordinates and disciples in Voidland, as well as his friends and relatives in the Star Boundary. If he were an ordinary open heaven realm master, he would not have hesitated to give up the world spring. However, Yang Kai was confident in himself. He had always been able to crush opponents in the same realm as himself. In other words, if he could advance into the 8th order open heaven realm in the future, the role he could play and the strength he could exert would definitely be greater than any of the ancestors in front of him right now. Tian Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment, but he nodded anyway. That's how it is. If you can advance into the 8th order open heaven realm, then there is no need for you to give up the world spring. The inner sanctum will also spare no effort to help you advance to the 8th order as soon as possible so that you can contribute to the human race. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This junior can advance to the 8th order. Everybody else was startled by his words and somebody scowled and pointed out, "Brat, didn't you say that your initial breakthrough was to the 5th order? How can you advance to the 8th order? Don't tell me you have an innate open heaven pill from the universe furnace on hand." Innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace were natural products of the world that contained the mysteries of the universe. Each army is further divided into left and right wings, each composed of a number of divisions. For example, the North Army's 2 wings each have a 1st Division, 2nd Division, 3rd Division, and so on and so forth. Do you understand so far? Yang Kai nodded, yes. The situation on the Black Ink battlefield side reminded him of the battle between humans and demons in the Star Boundary. At the time, all the humans on the Star Boundary had been conscripted as soldiers. The 61st Army he commanded had also made great contributions to the war against the demon race. The past flashed through his mind, as vividly as though it was just yesterday. Feng Ying continued, Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang is the Western Army's army commander. He is responsible for overseeing the defense line protected by the Western Army, the direction we returned from before. Meanwhile, Elder Lu from Yinyang Cave Heaven belongs to the Southern Army. If I remember correctly, he serves as its 4th Division commander. Each wing of an army is overseen by one of the two vice army commanders, while each division is assigned a division commander. Only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors are qualified to take up these positions. Naturally, the same goes for the army commanders. They are chosen from among the strongest and most experienced 8th Order masters. When it comes to the battalions, peak 7th Order masters generally fill such roles. The battalions are named after the 8 trigrams, in other words, heaven, river, mountain, thunder, wind, fire, earth, and lake. Take myself for example. Formally, I hold the rank of Battalion Commander of the Western Army's Right Wing 1st Division Heaven Battalion. Below battalions are squads. There is no special naming system for squads, and if they do have a special name, it is generally chosen by their squad leader according to his or her preference, or by the squad members themselves. The higher-ups will not restrict them in that sense. Among the squad leaders, some may be in the 6th Order, but most are 7th Order. Yang Kai listened silently, gradually gaining some understanding of the situation in the Great Passes. In any case, the division of troops was certainly very detailed and meticulous. He raised his brows slightly after giving it some thought. Back at the Grand Hall earlier, I saw a total of 53 8th Order masters. Leaving aside the 4 army commanders and the 8 vice commanders, does that mean that there are 41 divisions in Blue Sky Pass? Feng Ying shook her head. There are 60 divisions in total. It is impossible for Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang to summon all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors. After all, somebody needs to be in charge on the battlefield. Those who came back were just the majority. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and mentally calculated the total number of people in Blue Sky Pass. The answer left him feeling slightly horrified. So there are some 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass? 30,000 might not seem like a huge number. Thinking back to the time he served as the commander of the 61st Army in the Star Boundary, the number of people in his army had far exceeded that number. When it was first formed, the 61st Army had some 300,000 people in it, which was more than 10 times that of the entire Blue Sky Pass. However, the 300,000 people in the 61st Army were nothing compared to the 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, because everyone in Blue Sky Pass was an Open Heaven Realm master. Even the weakest among them were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was a terrifying lineup. If such a group of people were recalled to the 3,000 worlds, they could trample all the great territories with ease. They would be invincible since there was nobody who could be their opponent. Be that as it may, such an impressive army with such a glorious lineup was trapped in the Black Ink battlefield. Even though they had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years, there remained no hope of victory in sight. More importantly, this was only the situation at Blue Sky Pass. There were 108 cave heavens and paradises, which meant that there were 108 corresponding Great Passes. And the situation at each Great Pass was almost identical to Blue Sky Pass. The deeper he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled in fear. Throughout the ages, how much manpower did the cave heavens and paradises pour into the Black Ink battlefield? How long did it take for them to accumulate the power of the human race to such a scale? More or less. Feng Ying nodded lightly. She did not know the exact number of people in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, nobody knew the exact number because there were always a number of humans who would meet their deaths in each battle. However, the exact number should not be too far off from the numbers that he estimated. Although 30,000 might sound like a huge number, after dividing them to the east, west, south, and north, their numbers were not that large anymore. The 4 directions surrounding Blue Sky Pass would have some 7,000 or 8,000 guarding them. Marshal Ant Feng, you are a battalion commander. Is it all right if you don't go to the battlefield? Yang Kai asked. She shook her head. My subordinates can take care of themselves even if I am not there. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, your safety is of utmost priority. Nodding, Yang Kai began asking about other issues. I noticed that there were many warships on the previous battlefield. Feng Ying nodded and explained, warships can be said to be the biggest reliance for the human race to compete against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have a certain degree of resistance to the black ink strength even if they directly enter the battlefield. As long as the duration is not too long, the black ink strength would not pose a problem for them. However, there are more than just 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum. There are far more 6th Order and 5th Order Open Masters. In particular, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have suffered a decline in their cultivation as a result of sacrificing parts of their small universes. Since their small universes are all incomplete to begin with, they are easily corrupted by the black ink strength. Without a warship's protection, they would instantly turn into black ink disciples once they come into contact with the black ink strength. Therefore, you would rarely see any 6th Order or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. They rely on their warships to fend off their enemies instead. Essentially, each squad is assigned a generic warship while battalions have larger and more powerful battleships. A rough estimate indicated that he had saved several hundred people in just this half-month alone. This number only included those who were corroded by black ink strength and not those who had perished on the battlefield. Even Feng Ying had noticed that something was wrong. Fortunately, she had kept in contact with the outside world and understood the reason for all this. With a shake of her head, she answered his question. It was not like this in the past. Although there had always been people who were corroded by black ink strength on the battlefield, such incidences did not occur so often. It's only like this now because of you. Because of me? Yang Kai seemed taken aback by her words. What does this have to do with me? All of a sudden, he seemed to realize something and his face cramped. Don't tell me. She nodded. Information about you has spread on the battlefield. Everybody knows that there is somebody like you in the Inner Sanctum who can use mysterious means to dispel and purify black ink strength. That is why they have stopped being so reserved when fighting against the Black Ink clan. In the past, becoming corroded by black ink strength was an issue that could not be resolved. Therefore, everybody acted cautiously to prevent themselves from coming into contact with the black ink strength as much as possible. However, Yang Kai's appearance had brought some changes to the situation on the battlefield. Although the division commanders had explained Yang Kai's existence and purifying light to the public from the very beginning, nobody had witnessed or personally verified the situation before. Who could be certain that this information was true? It was not that they did not believe in the 8th Order Masters, but that the situation was simply too bizarre to believe so haphazardly. When those who were initially rescued returned to the battlefield, though, the news began to spread rapidly. The increasing number of people whom Yang Kai rescued only caused the news to spread even faster. These people came from all armies and divisions in Blue Sky Pass. Their companions had witnessed them becoming corroded by black ink strength, returning to the Inner Sanctum, and reappearing on the battlefield in perfect condition after a short while. A quick inquiry was enough for them to learn about the treatment that could be found in the Inner Sanctum. It was true that there was somebody in the Inner Sanctum who could dispel black ink strength that had seeped into their small universes through some mysterious means. The division commanders had spoken the truth. Hence, morale instantly soared. The people in the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern armies no longer had any scruples and went all out in their battles against the Black Ink clan. It was only natural for the number of people who became corrupted by black ink strength to increase as a result. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4957, Impossible to Satisfy Everyone. I am only doing my duty. I don't dare to take credit. Yang Kai said humbly. Compared to his allies fighting on the front lines, it could be said that he was extremely safe inside Blue Sky Pass. Everybody else was doing their part in the fight against the Black Ink clan. Some people had even died for this cause. In comparison, his ability to purify and dispel black ink strength had been given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer. It was not even his own ability, so how could he dare to take credit for it? Zhong Liang nodded. It's good if you can think that way, but it does not change the fact that you have contributed greatly. Work should be rewarded, that is the rule here. The battle outside the Great Pass is fierce, so it is inconvenient for me to stay here for long. If you need anything, just let Feng Ying know. She will cooperate with you. Yes. Yang Kai responded. After watching Zhong Liang and the two rescued black ink disciples leave, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and examined his small universe. He had been mulling over a problem recently. How was he going to find an opportunity to break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? Unable to fight on the front lines, he could only remain at his position in the central square and passively wait for somebody to ask him for help. Therefore, he had a lot of free time on his hands for idle thoughts. Now that his cultivation could be said to have reached the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, further efforts to refine resources would have little effect on him. Furthermore, he had been raising a large number of humans and small stone race inside his small universe. To add to that, the time in his small universe flowed several times faster than the outside world. As things stood, he didn't even need to cultivate for the heritage of his small universe to grow stronger with every passing moment. Therefore, he currently suffered from a faint bloated feeling. That was naturally because his heritage had exceeded the limit that his current cultivation could store. Like how one would feel bloated after eating too much food, his capacity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master made it difficult for him to accommodate so much power. If he wanted to resolve this issue, then his best choice was to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, he had already gone into retreat when he was in Black Territory in an attempt to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. His attempt had turned out to be ineffective, and there was no progress in regards to a breakthrough. Since entering retreat once had proven to be ineffective, it would likely be futile to enter retreat again. The faint traces of opportunity could not be obtained from secluded cultivation. In order to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, the proprietress had spent over 100 years in retreat in Void Land. That showed just how difficult it was for an Open Heaven Realm Master to advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. After all, it was a significant leap from the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Throughout time immemorial, countless heroes had failed to overcome this obstacle and remained stuck in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm for their entire lives. It would be very difficult for them to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm in that state. In order to resolve the situation in his small universe, Yang Kai had been using his heritage to cultivate more profound Yin bamboo in his small universe. He had no other choice. The heritage of his small universe constantly became stronger and stronger, but he had no means of breaking through to the next order. If he did not use up some of his heritage, his small universe would become painfully bloated. Consequently, the profound Yin bamboo thrived in his small universe and grew wildly in numbers. Since he had one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, the profound Yin bamboo was of little use to him. Be that as it may, the profound Yin bamboo would be useful to the human masters in Blue Sky Pass. It would never hurt for him to cultivate more of them. He had given a small batch of them to Feng Ying. Although he only gave her a dozen or so bamboo shoots in total, she was absolutely overjoyed. It stood to reason that she understood the power of the 12 minor universe pillars. After all, there were quite a few high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters among the human race who possessed one of them. It was just that the profound Yin bamboo had not appeared before. The other 11 types of the 12 minor universe pillars were different from the profound Yin bamboo in that they could not be cultivated in large numbers, much less shared with others. While the effects of the various 12 minor pillars were relatively similar, the profound Yin bamboo was undoubtedly the most useful in a situation like the Black Ink battlefield. That was because the profound Yin bamboo could multiply continuously. If the conditions permitted, every single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to cultivate a bamboo forest in their small universe in the future. the cave heavens and paradises had poured great efforts into searching for the profound Yin bamboo in the past, but their efforts had never been fruitful. Feng Ying never expected that Yang Kai would possess the profound Yin bamboo. In this way, as long as enough time passed, all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Blue Sky Pass would be blessed with their very own profound Yin bamboo. The profound Yin bamboo was highly effective at boosting their resistance towards the black ink strength, which would be of great help in the war effort. Unfortunately, the battle was raging fiercely at the moment, so it was not the appropriate time to bring up the matter of the profound Yin bamboo. Hence, Feng Ying suggested that Yang Kai inform the 8th Order ancestors about this matter after the current war had ended, a suggestion he readily agreed to. When he inquired about her advancement into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, Feng Ying recalled her memories for some time before she responded, "I was fighting the Black Ink clan on the battlefield at the time. When my life was hanging by a thread, I felt a sudden enlightenment come to me. Thankfully, I survived that battle, and upon my return to the inner sanctum, I swiftly went into retreat and broke through to the 7th Order." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Most people would experience great terror when faced with death, but their minds would also become clear when faced with such a threat, and it would often be easier to comprehend things that had remained unclear to them previously. He himself had also broken through his shackles when he was faced with death, so he did not doubt her answer. Besides, she had no reason to deceive him. The next few days passed by as usual. Yang Kai was stationed at the central square of Blue Sky Pass, and countless people came to him for treatment. Under purifying light, the black ink strength in their bodies was reduced to nothing. During this period, there were also some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who came to him for help. After treating them, he would question them about the situation surrounding their advancement into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. These 7th Order Masters were quite open about their experiences. He had saved their lives, and what he asked was not a secret either, so there was no need for them to conceal anything. On top of that, they were desperate to form a connection with Yang Kai, so it was only natural for them to answer his questions to the best of their abilities. Everybody experienced different things when they advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but these experiences could generally be divided into 3 types. For the first type, their advancement just came naturally. Many of them eventually experienced the opportunity to break through after they had accumulated enough heritage. The second type achieved their advancement through voluntary retreat and broke through to the next order while they were in seclusion. Lastly, the third type experienced similar situations as Feng Ying. In fact, there were quite a few who gained valuable insight when wandering the border of life and death. Yang Kai had already gone into retreat once, so going into retreat again would probably be futile. With his aptitude, he believed that his advancement was simply a matter of course if he continued to accumulate experience. The main reason he could not realize the opportunity for a breakthrough was that his cultivation time had been too short. Most cultivators would spend hundreds or even thousands of years for their cultivation to improve until they reached the Open Heaven Realm, regardless of how great their talent and aptitude was. Furthermore, after advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, each advancement to the next order would require an even longer period of accumulation. The higher the order, the longer they would need to cultivate for. Under normal circumstances, advancing from the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm would require thousands of years' worth of accumulation. It would take even longer to advance from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Accordingly, it might even take tens of thousands of years to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Not much time had passed since Yang Kai started cultivating. There was no need to mention the time before he advanced into the Open Heaven Realm. It was enough just to look at the amount of time he spent after advancing into the Open Heaven Realm to reach his current achievements. Back when he was in the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai had been forced to cut off his future prospects and advance into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm in front of everybody outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he entered Shadowless Cave Heaven and consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to smoothly advance to the 6th Order. There was no time for him to accumulate at all during this brief period. Furthermore, only a few hundred years had passed since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He only managed to obtain his achievements by relying on various opportunities. The time he spent on accumulation was extremely short. Although cultivating steadily was not a huge issue, nobody could say for certain how many years it would take before he gained insight on the fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. Xianxia had made an astronomical fortune back in the chaotic dead territory. Even he did not know how many yellow and blue crystals he had received. The amount was so large that it was practically innumerable. What's more, there were countless piles of these crystals stacked up like mountains in his small universe. How could he run out of them in such a short time? Although he had split his collection in half and given one part to High Heaven Palace before his departure, he still had literal mountains of them in his possession. The yellow and blue crystals consumed during this period were nothing but a drop in the ocean for him. After listening to what he said, Feng Ying relaxed considerably. Even so, she admonished him lightly, "We need to plan for that eventuality in advance. Have you tried using other yin and yang element materials to replace the yellow and blue crystals?" "I tried, but it didn't work. Purifying light has to be cast with the yellow and blue crystals that come from the burning light and serene glimmer." While speaking, Xianxia waved his hand dismissively and continued, "I didn't bring this up to discuss this matter with you, Martial Ant. Rather, I've always felt that the purifying light left over from purifying black ink strength within those I've treated goes to waste because there are no other immediate uses for it." Feng Ying nodded lightly. This situation had not escaped her notice. That was indeed the case. Every time someone infected came over, Xianxia would use purifying light to dispel the black ink strength from them. However, the remaining white light would linger for a time before dissipating. In the past, she had thought that the ability came from Xianxia himself and was not too concerned, but now that she knew the purifying light consumed yellow and blue crystals, she immediately felt a twinge of pain in her heart. The purifying light that had been wasted was still an invaluable treasure that could dispel more black ink strength if it could only be preserved somehow. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Is there a way to prevent this wastage?" "I have an idea, but I don't know if it can be realized." He put the yellow and blue crystals away. Strictly speaking, the purifying light is just another form of energy. Since it is a type of energy, do you think it can be stored? Stored? She furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "For example, with the help of a grand array. If we can achieve this, then there will be no need to worry about waste in the future." Xianxia continued slowly, "I have quite a few yellow and blue crystals in my possession. Nevertheless, it is better to plan ahead for the long term since we are on the black ink battlefield. We should save wherever we can. In that way, more people can receive treatment in the future." Her eyes brightened at those words. "It's exactly as you said." Just like before, Xianxia stood in the middle of the grand array and cast the purifying light. The purifying light was allowed to flood the entire grand array as an experiment. The sealing effect of the grand array remained the same as before, so there were no problems in that aspect. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside the grand array. However, the same situation repeated once more when the grand array was opened. A small amount of the purifying light escaped when Xianxia walked out of the grand array's boundary. The amount that escaped might have lessened considerably compared to the first attempt, but it was obvious that the gathering effect could not achieve the desired result entirely. The purifying light was the only way to treat those invaded by black ink strength. Moreover, This ability consumed two unique materials known as the yellow crystals and blue crystals. These materials only come from the burning light and serene glimmer in the chaotic dead territory, so they could not be found on the black ink battlefield. In other words, if Yang Kai exhausted his supply of yellow and blue crystals, the human race would once again fall into a situation where they were powerless against the black ink strength. That was something nobody wanted to see. The trace amounts of purifying light that were wasted today might have been the last rays of hope for one of the corrupted at some point in the future. With those thoughts in mind, how could Fan Sun and the others dare to be careless? They all felt as though there was a heavy burden pressing down on their shoulders. The second experiment had undoubtedly ended in failure once more. Nevertheless, the Spirit Array Grandmasters gathered together again to learn from their previous experience and improve upon their solution. For the next 2 months, the Spirit Array Grandmasters would come up with brand new solutions and prepare a different grand array every few days. Be that as it may, the results of each experiment were unsatisfactory. They were unable to solve the issue of the purifying light escaping when the grand array was opened, so they could not avoid the wastage caused when people entered or exited. After just a short span of 2 months, all the Spirit Array Grandmasters had bloodshot eyes. For them, their inability to answer Yang Kai's request was an indication of their lack of skill and their shortcomings in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could these people, who had always been proud of their ability, accept such a reality? They were the top figures who represented the Tao of Spirit Arrays in the major cave heavens and paradises. There were only a handful of people in the world who could surpass their achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Therefore, they secretly vowed to develop a grand array that could solve this problem perfectly. Following another failed experiment, they did not become discouraged. On the contrary, they seemed to become even more enthusiastic than before. It felt as though they had gone back to the time when they were young and learning as apprentices. Back then, they had yet to make great achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Despite facing all sorts of challenges, they had always figured out a solution to their troubles. The joy they would experience in their heart every time they solved a difficult problem was indescribable. They were looking forward to the day they would experience that feeling again. On the other hand, Yang Kai was worried about this group's mental condition. It was obvious that something was wrong with these Spirit Array Grandmasters. They were putting in special effort and competing against their very own selves. Although there were times when being persistent was a good thing, there were times when they could fall into an obsessive state instead. During this period of time, Yang Kai had also formed a vague idea in his heart.